Hello.
Hey.
It was a hurricane.
Yeah.
If you were wondering why we didn't stream for a week. I don't think I've literally talked to Tommy in a week. When'd you evacuate? Monday? Last Monday?
Yeah, it was Tuesday morning.
Tuesday morning. Okay, so it's been a week.
Yeah. So this might be embarrassing to ask. Who are you again?
It's a good question. A lot's changed. When you have to become a human again when the power goes off, a lot changes inside of you. a lot wells up. You become a different person.
No internet, no power.
Yeah. So I didn't tell you guys this, but the circumstances of which my power went out in the place I evacuated to. So hold on. All right. Hurricane Milton just hit Florida, the west coast of Florida. It hit south of Tampa Bay in the Sarasota area. We all live up in like the northern part of Tampa Bay. And I think all of us, most of us evacuated. Race lives like way further north. You were barely affected by it, right? You had like rain.
I rolled over, man. I went back to bed.
You had rain.
Yeah.
And it was a very bizarre hurricane because the north side of the hurricane was all rain. There was like no rain on the southern end of the hurricane, but it had stronger winds on the southern side and the flooding. It was very weird to see it on a map. So we got hit with a lot of wind and rain, and our fear was that the brunt of the storm was going to hit us directly, in which I live in a 2-story house on the 2nd floor, and
about a stone's throw from the bay.
pretty close to the water. Like I'm in flood zone A, and my dad was like, "Alex, if you have anything you care about, pick it up off the floor and put it up somewhere higher. There is a chance our entire 1st floor will flood, and then some of the 2nd floor might flood if we get hit directly." And it's like, okay. So then my mom and I go and evacuate to a very secure house down in, this seems counterintuitive, but down south into St. Pete, because that's where my uncle lives.
In the Shibuya incident zone?
Yeah, it looks really funny on a map. It looks really fucking funny on the flood zone map, where most of it's like colored, where it's like if you're in zone A, it's like your area will be red on the map. But then on the southern peninsula of Pinellas County, there's zone X, which is not colored in at all, and it's like this perfect circle. So we just looked at it and we're like, I'm going to the center of the Shibuya incident. Great. So we were out of a flood zone in a reinforced house. And my mom was just gonna feel safe there, and I'm like, all right, fine, whatever. We're gonna be in like heavier winds than we would be if we stayed home, but the fear was the flooding and stuff, and you're never sure what exactly is gonna happen. So we're staying there, we're all cozy, and the storm starts. And we were hanging out on the southern end of the house, which is where the winds would not be hitting as hard. All the winds were coming from the north because of how the rotation of the storm was working. And we could actually see the transformer up on a pole outside the back of the house. And through my mother and I's powers of Clown World combined, we managed to destroy this thing. I am not fucking kidding. My brother texts us and is like, yeah, the power's out where we are. We're bored out of our minds, and me and my friend are just sitting on the back porch watching transformers explode. Because that's what starts to happen during the storm. And I go, I look over at my mom who's sitting on the couch and go, oh, that's kind of funny. And I look outside at the transformer, and then moments later, I see it spark and our power goes out. And I'm like, you have got to be fucking kidding me. The next day we go outside and look, and the tree in the neighbor's backyard, the next door neighbor's backyard, fell onto the power lines. And didn't actually destroy the transformer, just kind of yanked the cord out pretty much. there were a lot of fallen trees. I've never seen so many fallen trees after a storm, after a hurricane before. Which is kind of surprising. A lot of the 2 weeks in a row of devastation in my area. We were all really afraid that if it flooded again in my area, that like, well, one, people were kind of hoping for it because it would just wash away all our trash in our front yards into the bay.
Yeah, perfect.
And then we don't have to clean it up, and then someone else has to clean it up. But,
City's problem now.
yeah. But, in the road in front of the house we were staying at, 2 houses down, 2 trees fell over in the street. Yet didn't hit any houses. Which is pretty fucking lucky. And then we stayed another day there, in which my aunt and uncle weren't. They live in Virginia for most of the year, so their car was just there, their Mercedes-Benz. So I was just sitting in that, like charging things while playing Unicorn Overlord, and it felt weird sitting in a car till like 3 a.m. Just sitting there on my Switch. But hey, it wasn't too bad. And then the next day, my dad calls me and goes, "Alex, you're never gonna believe this. The power's back on at our house." And I went, "Wow." They threw us a fucking bone because our area was already devastated. That's my thinking about it. There are still places in the neighborhood a couple of days after the fact that had no power. But still, I like to think that Tico was like, all right, they've dealt with enough. Get their power back on first. It's very possible. So, you know, now we're sitting around waiting for the FEMA check. And I have spent the last 3 days since getting home on Friday playing Metaphor to the point that I can barely see. And I'm streaming tonight a game where I have to read. But don't worry, you all should be shocked that I'm not speaking to you in a British accent right now.
That's actually the reason why your power came back on. Tico was like, "Fuck, he bought Metaphor. Get him back online."
I actually hadn't bought it yet. I just go and download it.
I'll do all the reading, but you still speak the lines though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Honestly, Tommy, that's kind of what we've been doing. Like, the amount of effort it takes to actually read the fucking lines sometimes and put on the accent, absorbing what is being said is like tertiary to what's going on. But
I know you've been in the time chamber, the with your weighted fucking gloves or whatever, playing that game. But did you hear about the Destiny mobile game? That
okay, dude. All right, Shin Malfur is gonna make his first appearance in the Destiny franchise as a 5-star gacha character.
I would actually go feral.
I might lose my fucking mind if that actually happens. I signed up for the beta. I read the survey. They asked me if I play Honkai Impact 3rd. And I'm like, oh my god, this shit's gonna be a gacha game. Reading the comments for that fucking video is hilarious because people are like, yo, the setting looks nice. Wait, alternate timeline? They can fix the story?
Yeah, but it's made by NetEase. So
Goth chick?
Be afraid.
Oh, I'm fucking... It's not gonna be good.
Who are those people? I'm unfamiliar.
They publish a lot of crap.
Yeah, just Chinese fucking...
What MMO have they done?
What MMO have they not done? Basically?
Right, exactly. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I know they've definitely made MMOs and a lot of phone games. And I think they're mostly a publisher, though.
Yeah, they are, but that like all their MMOs they do just like fucking die. Or they made like
Let me see.
Did they do Tower of Fantasy? I forget if they did. Let
me see. NetEase game.
They're doing Project Mugen, that other gacha. That's like not. They did Diablo Immortal.
They're making Marvel Rivals.
They did Naraka.
People make Marvel Rivals?
Yeah.
'Cause that's pretty cool then.
Okay, they've actually done less than I thought. I must be confusing them with someone else.
They've definitely worked on.
They've helped with a lot of projects, it looks like.
Yeah, they've helped with a lot. I guess they haven't like actually.
Oh, they were the Diablo Immortal team. Okay, yeah.
Right, yeah. But they also were the people that handled World of Warcraft in China.
Okay.
Okay, well,
it's still gonna be a fucking shooter phone game. So it's like, okay, if I was gonna play it when it actually comes out, you fucking emulate it on your computer.
yes, absolutely.
And just play it that way.
Yeah.
Like you'd be a fool not to. I mean, it looked kind of cool. The fucking like main hub looked kind of nice, where it had the fucking tree of silver wings or whatever the fuck it's called hanging out at
that's
it.
what it was.
And I'm like, okay.
You think your phone can handle the
No, can't handle that space.
There's not enough space for it.
Yeah, sorry, I don't have 300 gigabytes on my phone.
Yeah.
On my
You literally have
SSD powered phone.
What's wrong, guys? You don't have
Short for
500 gigs on your phone? Don't you guys have? Don't yeah? What would it be?
You all have
Don't you all have phones? Don't you all have 500 gigs freed up for Destiny on your phone?
Right.
Play the hero shooter.
The funniest part, though, Race, was that there were 3 different fire teams in the trailer.
Mhm.
One of which was just all warlocks, though.
It was like there was one Titan in that trailer.
No.
It was a bunch of warlocks and fucking and hunters. But there's no classes in the game.
Right.
And
But
in story there's
aesthetically-
no. But aesthetically, we all know what we saw.
Yeah.
We all know what we saw.
I'm genuinely curious how they make it not play like ass. That's what I want
They don't. It's gonna feel like shit. I genuinely do not understand how people can play anything on a phone. I had to play Zenless on my phone one night for a single night.
to know. Yeah, it's
And I
not
went,
good.
and I went,
It's
no
not
wonder
good.
this game's not as popular as the other ones. It
It's-
feels like shit.
It's
Dude,
bad.
I have
You
big ass thumbs. I couldn't click the buttons. Like every
I
time I,
swear
went
they have, like,
to
a-
attack, I just like, oh, Piper's on the field now. Fuck.
I swear they have to have like phone attachments or something that like they put it on the
they
fucking
must.
gamepad.
I mean, fucking Honkai Impact 3rd is also an action game like Zenless, but you also has jumping in it.
Yeah.
I not understand. It is like incomprehensible to me. Oh man, fuck. Yeah, how'd it go for you, Tommy?
Pretty good. Obviously,
you
I was just like,
You went up to Gainesville.
I went up to Gainesville.
With your
We actually
family.
didn't lose power, which was surprising because
Right, you were expecting that because
it's just my uncle just always loses power whenever anything happens.
yeah.
But maybe they've figured it out in that time. Like it is still like new development area. The power, weirdly enough, the power went out for like an hour. So like on Wednesday at like 2 in the afternoon, which was like way before the storm even hit.
They might have took it down to like
Yeah, maybe
do
they took
something.
it. Like that's what my thought too was. But it was
Maintenance,
something like
Yeah.
it was something like drizzling and the power went out. I was like, oh man, it begins. But then we had power and we were fine for the next couple days.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Like I would have been totally fine here, but like that it would have just been risky. Like if you
Yeah.
know, storm slightly more north.
Right, because the
My-
fear for you was that your house would literally be like uninhabitable if the storm
Yeah.
hit us directly, right?
Yeah.
Did you ever lose power at all at your house? You come home and you just have power?
Probably for 30 minutes.
Or 23 hours and 30 minutes.
23 hours, 30 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, 'cause, like, where I live, I'm like kind of. We think we like traditionally really good power. Like didn't lose power through Irma when you didn't have power for 2 weeks and stuff, right?
Ugh.
We think this might be because of the fact that we're kind of near a firehouse station.
A fire station, not a firehouse.
I know. I realized what I was. I went wrong.
Priority of the city: get the firehouse subs back up, feed the people.
I'm near a fire station, so like maybe like my neighborhood's near like separate priority power grid because like other
Yes.
people in my Grandmaster community had lost power for days. Where
Right.
like nothing in the freezer was bad. like I said, the clock was off by like 30 minutes, so it's like, okay, yeah, that seems about right.
30 minutes, yeah. Well, good. And then I think everyone else, mostly unscathed.
Does Matt have power yet?
Yeah, I don't know if Matt has power yet.
Yeah.
He does. He's been playing. Well, he's been playing Dead Eye. I don't know if he's like went to a friend's house or something.
Yeah.
He probably has his power back at this point. Most people have their power back on now. They did move pretty quick starting like Friday, getting power back on. But I think we're good on hurricanes for a while.
Yeah.
Gonna be humbled every now and then, turn into a human again. Power goes off. Oh, we didn't have running water for 24 hours.
Yeah, that's scary.
Oh, that sucks.
It kind of sucked. And oh my god. Okay. All right. I had like the biggest I'm a fucking idiot moment ever. Like I have to hand in my ability to think and like get like a Wrangler or something after this one. But so we couldn't flush the toilets, which is disgusting. If water goes out, my body's like, you know what you need to do right now, dude? And I'm like, no. And it's like, and it was like, oh yeah, and it's gonna be like uncomfortable. And I'm like, no, please stop, no. But the water's out, and you can't put anything down the drains out of fear of it coming back up. Is the idea. So like, you can use the toilet, can't flush it. You can use the sinks, but you need to make sure that they're stopped, and it just turns into a bucket at that point. You let water collect in it, and you can use what's left in the faucets themselves, right? To like wash your hands or something. And I finished my business, and I'm in front of a sink I've never used before in my life. And I'm a little stressed out. Power's out. It's dark. Got my lights and whatever. And I turn on the faucet, and the water pressure's like non-existent. It's just dripping out basically. Like imagine when you turn the water on to like its lowest amount, and you get that like little stream. Kind of looked like that, right?
Yeah.
And I washed my hands, and without even thinking, I just turned the faucet in the direction that I just whatever my arm wanted to do, thinking it was the direction that would turn it off. Sure of myself that this will turn it off, in fact. And then a bit more water starts coming out, and I go, oh no. And I'm sitting there like, I'm not touching it. I'm like, maybe all the water, maybe like whatever's left in there was just come out. Because in my mind, I just shut it. If I turn it the other way, I'm like, I don't know what's gonna happen, because in my mind, that's turning it on. And I'm like, I'm consigned to sit here for the rest of the night, bucketing water out of this sink into the bathtub. I'm ready, man. I'm like, okay. I'm in a storm. Maybe something's going on with the storm. Let me look this up. Maybe there's info on this. And I find nothing. And then it just click. I look under the sinks to turn off the valve. They don't have any. I don't know where the valves are to turn it off. Like, I could do that in my sink next to me. So I'm like, I'm starting to sweat. I've been cool as a cucumber because my mom's like actually dying. She's convinced she's gonna die. I have to tell her like, hey mom, if a tornado starts, you know where we're gonna go. And she's like, what do you mean if a tornado comes? And I'm like, what do you mean this could happen? And she's like, and she's like, you're freaking me out. And I'm like, I'm not freaking you out. I'm trying to save your fucking life. Anyway, so I'm sitting here dying in front of this sink, and I go, it's a fucking valve. I turned it the wrong way. So I turn it to the left, and it closes it, and I go, these two valves are on the wall facing you, right? Rather than being like coming up or being handles, as like a lot of sinks have. And to turn them on, you have to turn them outward, and then to close them, you turn them inward towards the sink. So what I had done was, righty-tighty, baby! I turned that shit to the right, and it fully opened the valve. And I'm like, fuck. So I did not flood the house. I found it, that's right. You found it. Dude, Katia, that ran through my fucking head. I'm like, I would die in the Zero Escapes games.
The first puzzle is the water rushing into the room.
And I had just started working on that highlight video with that puzzle. Which,
man.
by the way, Tommy, we're different people now. I didn't realize how different that series turned us out to be. That first stream, we were not paranoid yet. Like, they start saying shit to us, and we just fizzle out when they reach it to us. By, like, the middle of the game, though, we are, like, our third fucking eye is open.
It's every moment.
Yeah, it says the guy who solved a puzzle without doing anything. You just guessed an answer during the final stream.
I don't know, dude. I literally don't know.
Yeah, well, that's the whole point of the game. Why do you know this? I don't fucking
my
know.
lap, bro.
Race confirmed, Esper. Fuck, man. So yeah, that was the hurricane. I would not do it again. I'm lucky to have power back. My heart goes out to anyone who is terribly affected by it, but we got lucky, and that's what matters. And I got to play Metaphor on the day it released. And it might be the best fucking game I've ever played. And does that upset you all that I'm not playing it on stream? Is it like I'm fucking cheating on you?
A little bit.
There's a lot to that game. I feel like it might take away from the experience.
Absolutely. No, I need to. No, I especially like it being like there's a lot to take in when it comes to like the systems, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot, and all I do is change my fucking outfit in that game. I'm like, that fight sucked. Let me just randomly assign new jobs to all my characters and see how this one feels. Walk into a fight with 0 synergies active. I've done it again.
That actually sucks, dude. It's the synergy. I'm like, yo, let me see what I got, and then it's like that like gif of like the dude fucking rubbing his hands, and he opens up the fucking fridge,
and you're like,
I'm like, oh my fucking god.
But then you fucking run it, and you're like, well, this isn't so bad.
No, it works. Like,
you can kind of just like the synergies are good, but it's like you can kind of just play it like Nocturne.
Yeah.
At times, but that is an incredible game. Atlas, the Katsura Hashino said, you know, I directed Nocturne. I got one more in me. I got one more best JRPG combat system ever in me.
One last ride, baby.
I got
one more God rejected.
Yeah, one more God rejected. Yeah, I'm for those curious, I am on my way to Brylehaven. Like literally the last thing I did, I was click on the thing to head to Brylehaven. And I will say one thing, non-spoilery, but Heizme is the fucking GOAT.
I thought he was a bat.
He's a bat. He is a bat. That's
damn.
the best all time. Heizme is the fucking bat, baby.
His voice actor is exceptional.
Oh my fucking god. All right, okay. Thank you for reminding me, Reese. I know a lot of you. A lot of you are reasonable people.
No.
But I know there's a lot. All right, good night, everyone.
Don't play it in Japanese, boys. Play it in English, please.
Don't play this game in Japanese.
Please. I know we're all weeaboos at heart, but
dude, the English in this game is so fucking good. I haven't skipped a line of dialogue in this game.
I think everyone knows my stance is I'll beat you to death if you play the game in Japanese.
My favorite's the fucking the Star Rail dub haters who play the Chinese game in Japanese. That's my favorite.
You guys are watching these streams with your fucking SMT profile pictures and watching Phoenix Riot. You guys are weeaboos in denial if you aren't admitting to it.
I'll play Star Rail in Japanese. Boots up metaphor. It's Caleb Yen with the steel chair.
It's actually helped because I hear Trailblazer and I go, my main character is a psychopath.
My man.
I'm like, oh, he's a lunatic. Excellent. He's a little deranged. I like it. I can't believe I won. I can't believe they watched my silent protagonist video and said, "We got you, man." They're like, "We got you, Alex. This one's for you, buddy." Ugh. But all right.
You played out too much.
But all right. We now have to play the epilogue of the Great Ace Attorney. This feels kind of strange. Like that third case here was like, whoa. That was a showstopper, man.
Yeah, it did stop the show.
it summoned a hurricane and stopped it. But now we have to keep playing it. Yeah.
Good luck.
All right, thanks, Rice. So, Great Ace Attorney Chronicles.
Yeah.
We Twisted Karma and his last bow. Episode 4. We did luckily stop at a pretty good spot.
It might be Bo.
His last bow.
I mean, our boy Renosuke's got the bow gauntlet on.
It's true, but you wouldn't run out of bows.
I guess
you'd run out of arrows.
Stuff.
Yeah, you hang out with van braces. Yeah, we ran into the 500 scalpels incident.
Oh yeah.
Like that was a fucking brain melter case. I haven't quite processed it still. My brain got filled with Hurricane. But that was like one for the books. That's probably like one of the few like S rank cases in the series.
Yeah,
that's gonna be hard to top. And the main piece of information we got at the end there was the professor is Kazuma's father, and he was the one who killed Van Zeeks' brother, thus turning him racist. And then that's where we were left off with.
And the Cosmo was alive!
In the fucking coolest outfit I'd ever seen.
So here's my sad story.
So fucking cool. Oh yeah. Yeah, what were you spoiled on?
It was after our first stream of the first game there.
Okay.
Brad wasn't with us. And I'm like, damn, Brad needs to see the image of Cosmo leaning on his sword because of how sexy it is. And I Google, like, Ace Attorney Kazuma, and I even put, like, lean on sword, or whatever, trying to find, like, the pose. Because, like, you can find, like, their poses and sprites somewhere, right? His first image is just him wearing the white outfit. And I go, And then we put up stream 2 and he's dead, and I'm like, huh.
That's pretty rough. That's pretty rough. Like, I know one spoiler coming up, and I'm like, that's not a big deal that I saw that.
I at the very least have solace in the fact that, like, they have just laid it out here now. It's not like the end of the game twist.
They didn't beat around the bush. Like,
yeah.
Obviously, like, you were waiting for it for a very fucking long time.
Right, so, like, however, like, him wearing the white, part of me was thinking that might be him as a ghost, right?
Yeah.
Because, you know, like, I didn't necessarily know he was alive, but it was just like, I was definitely like, I know he's coming back at some point.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Oh, here we go.
Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said. Indeed, a most bizarre incident.
The Irish.
A curious advertisement.
Yeah.
A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder. An executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime.
We're getting a fucking flashback case.
So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow. For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
Oh man, are we gonna get a Holmes and Watson case?
That'd
be pretty cool.
Are we getting a fucking flashback case? Nope.
Okay.
Maybe. 8 days after that earth-shattering trial and Cosmo regaining his memory, and he just left. He just walked out of there. Like, he cut that fucking model. Tuspels is probably a little upset with that. I'll comfort her. We were in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. Checks calendar every time this pops up. 1st November, 10:24 a.m., Great Waterloo Hotel foyer. Professor Mikotoba is due to arrive at any moment. Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. Susato-san hasn't been the same since what happened. Not that I'm surprised. The truth about Kazuma-sama's father... Ugh. Do you suppose my father knew? That he was actually the mass murderer? The professor, you mean? I knew that's what she was thinking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. Right, so... one of the other main mysteries that we have at this point, what remains unsolved from the previous case, in terms of the details presented there, is why did what was her name? Catherine Scythe? Scythe?
Yeah.
Was her name Scythe?
It was Scythe.
Why did Scythe fuck up the autopsy? And who actually shot the guy coming out of the grave?
Right. We don't know that. That's
we never got that, I don't think.
No.
The case, what was his name? God, it falls out so quickly.
Robot Man?
Yeah, who's the robot man?
Fuck.
Man, these British accents have done a toll on my ability to process things, I see. Drebber.
Yeah.
Drebber? Enoch Drebber.
Yeah.
He knew she had fucked it up and was using that as leverage to make her do what she did. And she couldn't let this come to light for not just because it would like shame her, I don't think, but because there was more to it. There was a greater conspiracy at play.
Like she was under orders not to let this come to light.
Right. In fact, it almost seems like they were gonna let the guy go. What was the whole thing?
Yeah.
He was just gonna leave.
But then he did get shot.
and I'm gonna guess it was. I'm guessing it was either Wilson, Mikotoba. Oh, I only say Wilson because he remains a questionable factor in all this. Wilson, Mikotoba, or what was his name? Jigoku?
Yes.
The judge that is also showing up now. Of whom I have finally taken a closer look at those characters in the thumbnail at the very top, and it's those 4. You can actually see Kazuma's father in there.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
You have to. Yeah, you might have to take a magnifying glass on YouTube since it's a thumbnail for my videos. But it is Jigoku, Mikotoba, Wilson, and whatever Kazuma's father's name was. Curiously, A Shin was one of the names as well. Involved in that outgoing broadcast, that cipher message.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else that I need to keep on my mind? That's the gist of it, I think.
Yeah, that's just it.
Come to think of it, didn't you say that Professor Mikotoba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right, but for some reason he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. That probably means he knows then about Kazuma showing up here in London with amnesia, and that he's regained his memory now. Ah, there she is.
Whoa.
Look at these guys.
Whoa.
Huh.
He's huge. We knew this, but damn.
Whoa.
Mikotoba's blending in incredibly well.
Yeah, he really is. Hello, Susato. How are you? I'm very well, thank you. We're delighted you've arrived safe and sound. I like how they're like sitting by the fire. They're like not. We're not like meeting them at the entrance. They're like already there.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit. Dude, his buttons are the fucking lawyer pin.
Whoa.
Wow.
Very powerful.
Wow. Look at these guys. Look at these criminals, probably.
I was the dog.
Yeah. I can transform, you know. It's an ancient bloodline secret. Come on, where are the magic powers? She was really like, I'm not doing more magical bullshit in this series ever again. Well, that's not true. Well, no. He would not have done it. He did make Ghost Trick, though. That's supernatural. I suppose that's a whole game of Maya's, the Fae Clan's powers.
Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Naruhodo. Very kind of you to take the trouble to meet us here. Oh, no, not at all. It's my pleasure. You take him.
We've heard all about
Mr. Judd.
your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know. The news has crossed the seas.
Oh. I never got a good look at it, because obviously it's hard to get a good look at it, but the back of his beard there, towards his jaw, it like spikes backwards.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. He looks crazy. Also, his mustache is not attached into his beard. It is separated from it.
Yeah.
Crazy looking. It has?
I always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive with the steamships from Britain.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Who is this man? And why do I feel as though I've seen him before?
I take it from your expression that you can't quite place me.
In that case, how about a little reminder, Seishiro? A firm tap should do it.
Yes.
A firm tap? What? Smacks him right on the dick.
Here we go, then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, guilty.
He just starts convulsing on the floor. Ah! You're... I am he.
The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Your Excellency!
Alright, new theory.
Jigoku.
Ryunosuke somehow marries into this guy's bloodline, and that's how Phoenix gets his strength.
I'm feeling like this is Gumshoe's ancestor.
Okay, fair enough.
Hello, Judge Jigoku. How are you? It's been a long time.
Good! You remembered me now. That really did the trick. Guilty!
Only I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? And there was no laughing at the time.
So, done it again after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back.
Neither did I. I didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this. Though really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest. It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Seishiro?
Oh, what are you talking about, Eugene?
Eugene. Of course, Judge Jigoku. He must complete the set. He's the other man who 16 years ago came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Mikotoba. He's the third visiting scholar. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? I bet you brought a bunch of shit that's gonna be used as evidence later, you bastard.
I knew you were jealous.
Sorry, ministerial status? Yes, didn't you know? Seishiro here was also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I guess that makes sense.
Look straight at camera, huh? Is that right? It was his personal insistence that allowed you to take Kazuma's place here on this study tour. Oh. Well.
Guilty as charged.
Oh. Well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks. Ah, yes now. Naruhodo. I received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday. Oh, you did? It appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved with 8 days ago. About what happened 10 years ago. That tragedy. Come on, Pops, come clean. Yes. Could you tell us any more about it? Yo, check this shit out, boys. Professor Mikotoba, I wonder, could I show you something? Why do you seem so nervous? I suppose because I'm a student showing something to a professor. That's always quite nerve-wracking. Well, I'm sorry I perturb you in that way, but anyway, I'm afraid I have nothing useful to say about that, really. Damn. Look at that! It's a picture of the Crystal Tower! Well, the Great Exhibition is one of Britain's most prestigious achievements in recent years. I wonder how tall it is. It really does represent the pinnacle of scientific achievement in so many ways. There's a 20-meter tall chimney at the bathhouse near my lodgings at Yume University. The attendant there is always boasting that it's the tallest object in the neighborhood. I'm sure. Did you know that over the channel in Paris, there's a tower that's 300 meters tall? What? How many times taller than the chimney at Yume Sokin Hot Springs is that? And if it's that tall, how does it draw properly? The smoke would get stuck, surely. I don't think it's that sort of tower, Mr. Naruhodo. That desk is known as the hotel reception. Anyone wanting to spend the night has to report there to sign in for their stay. Oh, so do you think that's the head clerk behind the desk there? Yes, I'm sure it must be. I'd love to stay in a grand hotel like this for a little while. Wouldn't you? Just to know what it's like. If the hotel fee was paid through the stipend, I'm afraid it might bankrupt our homeland. True. London gives the word expensive a whole new meaning. Have you seen all those sparkling jewels up there? They must have gathered every gem in the world for that. It's called a chandelier, I believe. It's designed to provide elegant lighting in large, spacious rooms like this. So they had to gather every gem in the world just to illuminate one room? It's probably electric light bulbs that are actually throwing the light. Huh? If I tried to hang something like that from the ceiling in the office, it would be scraping on the floor. I think perhaps chandeliers aren't for you, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at those cases just left there on that trolley. Aren't they worried about thieves? I know I am. Haven't you seen the porter over there? Don't worry. He's obviously keeping an eye on everything. Ah, so it's a trap designed to catch any chancers who might be tempted. It's this guy.
Yes.
Why did that porter give me such a scathing look just now, do you suppose? Well, some might say you look a little suspicious with your jet black clothes. Not everyone clad in black is some sort of ninja with intent to steal, you know. Your journey from Japan. So, how was the voyage here? Well, 50 days at sea is a long time by anyone's standards.
But it isn't as bad as when we first came 16 years ago.
No, that's true. Then I truly wondered if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest. No, that's true. Then I truly wondered if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience. Ah, so you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris! We did, yes. Though only for one night. And yesterday evening, we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover.
Just in time for the symposium, in fact. It starts tomorrow!
It's wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international event. I'm very proud of you, Father. Thanks! Seishiro, 16 years ago, he managed to integrate himself with Britain's Attorney General. Ingratiate himself. We are always connected, him and I. 16 years ago, he managed to ingratiate himself with Britain's Attorney General. I'm sure that's why he was invited, and I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default. We haven't met the Attorney General, have we?
No, they keep talking about him, though. Speak for yourself,
The prospect
Eugene.
of him.
You were close friends with the professor of forensic science at a major hospital.
Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge all that up, really.
No. There's been a lot of water under the bridge since then. But it doesn't bring him back.
Kazuma's father, I suppose. The professor. The killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy. It was actually Kazuma's father, wasn't he? Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
That
Mr. Impact, please. My father is
That's
Mr.
correct.
Impact. Call me Genshin.
Genshin Asugi.
Genshin.
Cosmic Impact. Oh my god.
Ow. A painful grin. Ow. What's next, motherfucking? What are the Japanese we're gonna have show up? Honkai Tanaka, like. All right, John Genshin. You knew, I presume, father. Yeah. He was a close friend at the time. Fuck, get over it, man. Hey,
It's trying.
you're gonna have to keep reading it.
Alright, okay.
Okay.
Genshin came to Britain as a police detective. He was studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard. I've never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts.
I was hoping we would get him as a portrait.
Oh my god. No, I don't believe my friend committed those murders. Genshin could never.
Genshin could never. Checks what they did to that one, like, nun chick.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Raid Shadow Asugi.
He was a legend. It was a closed trial, so the public never knew the truth, and he was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what really happened, even in our homeland. But what about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father?
No, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness.
However, I suspect he may have had his doubts. Oh! Why? As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up, as if he were my own son. Then one day, he came to my office at the university and said, "I've decided. I want to travel to Great Britain and study there." Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death? I don't know. But when I looked into his eyes, I did know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him. Something else came to light in that trial the other day, actually. Oh. What? Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Kazuma's since turned up here in London, working as the apprentice of Lord Van Zeeks. What?
What? That's news to us!
So, Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part then. Kazuma's reappearance, and then disappearance. As you know, we both thought Kazuma had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January. But he didn't die. He's alive. As you knew, didn't you, Father? In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished.
And a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try to ascertain what had happened, but to no avail.
But he's still alive. And here in London, you say? I never dared even to dream it.
Why on earth did the young man not make contact?
He became a superhero, I think.
The government and the police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now.
Well, it seems that he was suffering from amnesia.
What? Amnesia?
When we first came across him again here in London, he didn't know who either of us were. I see. He only regained his memory 8 days ago.
This is unbelievable.
Yes, it's quite miraculous. I wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know. I must speak with him urgently. I wonder how Cosmo's been these past few days. Would it be wrong of us to go and visit him? Your time in Britain!
That began 16 years ago now. It's a distant memory, really. It was Eugene here, Genshin Isogi, and myself. We were the original three.
You think anyone named their kid Genshin after Genshin Impact?
Wait, when you say that, do you mean...
Like, in our real world.
Like, named by a child after a phone game, or did people stop naming their kids Genshin in Japan post the game coming?
Either of these are an interesting topic. I like both these scenarios you've posed. You know, like Sephiroth.
Mm-hmm.
Or Doki. You think there's some white boy out there named Genshin.
And there's probably a white boy out there named Genji.
Oh yeah.
Genshin.
A lot of people play that game. A lot of people play that game.
Yeah, I feel.
I probably wouldn't name someone after a game title.
Yeah, I feel like people might not have recognized that as like a name a person could have. Here, let me. I can check the U.S. Census right now.
Did I ever mention to you guys how like if I ever had a child, it would be weird to name them because like I would want to either name them after like I would probably stem naming them from either like a character in something I really liked, or I would have to avoid any name that's ever been in a video game that I've played. And let me tell you, I played a lot of Fire Emblem games, and that knocks out a lot of names.
Yeah, I mean, there's a problem a lot of people have though, where it's like,
I hated that kid in high school.
I hated that kid in high school.
Yeah.
Where it's like, well, you know, it's like I like the name Dustin. I played video games with a guy named Dustin. We can't name the kid Dustin.
You can't name him Dustin, yeah.
Alright, let's name him Kevin. Oh, fuck, that's off the table. I know of 18 Kevins. Right, you know, it's like, it's you're probably gonna know someone who had the name at some point. It's just how it is.
Yeah.
You can always make up a name.
So, you know, Sephiroth's not so bad, I guess.
Feel like I'm a fucking...
Yeah, I like the notion. I like the notion of making up a name, honestly. Obviously, there's some silly-ass names you end up with, but like...
Yeah, but like, fucking, like, I'll just say, black people do a really good job of this. Where they just...
Oh, yeah!
Like...
Oh, yeah, that culture's got, like, a fucking cool-ass naming system, I think, from what I've seen. We just go with Bible names. I guess like that's how it works with white people. Is we got Bible names and made up names. I don't know. I always said if I had a boy, I would name him Laguna after the FFA character because I love that character and I love that character's life. I like the name would be like a blessing because of the how that character just like managed to succeed despite everything and his incredible outlook on the world, man. Fucking love Laguna. Yeah. Anyway, it's Phoenix Wright at this point, though, probably. Like, first name is just Phoenix Wright. Anyway, yeah, it was Eugene here, Genshin Impact, and myself. We were the big three.
Big three. The first judicial scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study.
Yeah, I think Artoria would be a cool name for a daughter, even if it was named after a character from Fate. I'd be like, yeah, fuck it, that works for me. Come on, little Gilgamesh.
Oh my god, I think Gil would be a good name for a boy.
Gil. Well, Gilligan.
Yeah, Gil. I guess people are.
You know what? Gilligan's not a bad name. I kind of like that name. He has a whole island, dude.
He's got a whole island.
Are we like the last people on this? Are we like the last generation that could know what that is? Is your age like the cutoff for knowing what Gilligan's Island is, you think?
Yeah.
Does anyone younger than 27 know what Gilligan's Island is? Let me know.
I'm the youngest person that probably remembers 9/11. I think about this often.
That's probably true, yeah.
No, like kids a year younger than me don't remember it.
I mean, I couldn't. So I was, I was 6. You would have been 4.
Yeah, 4, because of people younger than me were 3. I think about that often, how weird that is.
It is strange. It's also amazing how distinct your memories become when you turn, like, 5.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway. Ocean voyages were not what they are today, I can tell you. 16 years ago, things were tough for all their generation.
Your father was an exceptionally fine medical student at Yume University at the time. You know, young lady.
Yes, grandmother told me.
He went to do research at a great London hospital to study autopsy. Practically unheard of in Japan. Autopsy, you say?
No way. No way. No way. No way. She's wearing a mask. The girl with the knives is wearing a mask. She's fucking half Japanese. Oh my god. Mikotoba, you dog, you hit that shit. I'm jumping to conclusions here. However, like I said, Tommy, we're different people now after 999.
I mean, you've poised this theory twice now with A Shin and now with Baby Bird.
So nice. They're gonna do it twice.
I think you might. Yeah, I think you're gonna get it right eventually. If you just accuse the women of being half Asian.
Yes, it was an eerie place, sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground. Ugh. Not more talk of graves. No, more talk of graves. Check this shit out.
Very often, there's no one willing to deal with bodies following autopsy work.
So you see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons and 500 scalpels. Ugh. Not my cup of tea at all. Do you remember that Scottish prisoner... Do you remember that Scottish prison governor? Caden, his name was. He was a good man.
Yes. But then, of course, in our 6th year here, everything changed with that dreadful case. When Genshin was arrested for a series of the most gruesome murders.
Parentheses, gotcha crimes. I simply couldn't believe it. I'd known the man for years.
I was a witness at the secret hearing, and I tried to speak in his defense. But the impact of what he had done was too great.
But you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you?
Well, suffice to say that after that trial, we were sent back to Japan.
There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. It's a lost cause, sadly. There's nothing more we could do to save Genshin.
Oh man.
You mean all that money was wasted? Yes. Well, if you'll excuse us now. Yes.
Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible.
Because there's a person inside of it.
And I'm not talking about my luggage. Mikotoba's ass.
Bellboy, hold my cheeks while I go up the stairs. Aye, sir. Oh, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have held you up here for so long. I'll call for the porter then. Just wait here. Susato-san's gone off at a run. I'd like to stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow. Plus, I'm fucking tired. Actually, no. People are strong at this point in the world.
Yeah.
No, these people like sleep for 3 hours and then are like, "Oh man, I overslept. Fuck." Oh man. Must be a big responsibility representing our entire country. I wish you the best of luck. Try not to kill anyone. Yeah, I'll try. Naruhodo. I hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after her, as you obviously have been. Oh, no, I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me, sir. Well, I do appreciate you being there for her. After all, I've been a miserable father to her. I've thoroughly let her down. Sorry? What do you mean? Well, it was 16 years ago that I started my long study tour here in Britain, as you know. The very year Susato was born. Yes, I heard. The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... well... sadly, it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life, too. Dude, lost his wife, eloped to Britain to study. I fucking laid eyes on a tall, pale-skinned white woman and was like... and he just went... fuck! And that's how it went, man.
He really is the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Oh. Yeah, Susato-san hinted at something like that. It was a rather turbulent time at home. Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. The point is, I became rather less dependable than befits a grown man. And it was then that Seishiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain.
I was worried. I was too
worried.
worried about you to leave you behind.
Wow.
So perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London.
Heavy-handed, spanks him hard. This is the real gay right here. There's nothing gayer than old dudes.
Oh, yeah?
So, that's what happened in a nutshell. And that's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. Though the world does not readily afford young women such things, I must say. I completely understand, Professor. Ah. One other thing, Naruhodo. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask of you. Oh, really? Of course. What can I do for you? Well, the thing is, I'm so sorry that took so long. Hey, Miss Susato. Now then, allow us to take your bags. Allow me to take your bags. One moment, if you please, Porter. Of course, sir.
Didn't you run a company?
Yeah.
Or but I was taking bags?
Eh? Earn that threepenny, dude. A machine around your neck. It's a camera, I believe. Quite right, sir. Just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir. Well, I think given the occasion, we could justify the expense. Oh, yes, of course.
Wow.
Hey, I was looking at that. Put it back. I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruhodo. It's really made Father very happy, I think. Oh, well, I'm pleased then. But we were interrupted before... Professor Mikotoba was about to ask me something. Shall we return to Baker Street, then? I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us. Yes. Let's go. Getting more and more anxious about Kazuma, though. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask for him.
Whoa.
How fucking tall is Strongheart?
I guess he's 6'6". Like, whoa.
Jeez. So look at how Zeke stands.
Yeah.
Hey, big boys. You take Zeke's back.
Sorry, Discord was hitching.
What? Well, go ahead.
Sorry, Discord was hitching.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if it was first. I heard you clear your throat, so I was like, you're good to go.
No, but then it hitched again.
Okay.
Like I said the line, and then I'm like, it hitched again, didn't it? Here's the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. I've supplemented your original with the figures you asked for from the yard.
Cool. Thanks.
You're welcome, my lord.
Yeah, no problem, man. Anyway, we still on later, dude? Oh, yeah. What's Lord Van Zeke's doing here? There seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air, wouldn't you say? This place is stifling enough as it is. We really don't need any more tension. Uh-oh.
But do you need more Genshin?
You better not. I'll kill you, says Strongheart. My apologies. I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress make you all but invisible to me. Oh, no. It's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure. From now on, you must dress in white from head to toe whenever you come here. Now then, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I'm right here. What's up, man? You need something, dude? Oh, kill me now. Something wrong. Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you. Oh, not at all. I mean, I've never experienced a room at such a perfect temperature. Cool. If you're sure, the beads of sweat carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise. Because of the daggers you're staring at me with mainly. As you're no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madam. Oh, yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited. I'll leave the remaining preparations for the meeting room in your capable hands then, Lord Van Zeeks.
I will attend at once. I sense the presence of more Japanese.
He just knows when they enter the country. Sword hand twitches. He gave you a very cold stare as he left, didn't he? I know. But I haven't done anything, have I? And in fact, aren't we friends? These past few days, my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. My dedicated right hand of many years was recently put out of action in spectacular fashion. Haha, sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still of service? Mr. Naruhodo! He's talking about Dr. Scythe. Of course. I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just, doing my fucking job. You're not. You've done nothing wrong. Dr. Scythe's own wrongdoing, precipitated the situation. You needn't concern yourself with it any further. That would be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me. Lord Van Zieks is doing an admirable job of holding the fort. Knight. Though disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday. Oh! Missing? What's become of Kazuma-sama now? The Forensic Science Symposium! Not long ago, visitor numbers to the Great Exhibition exceeded 30 million. 30 million? Are there even that many people in the world? Just a couple more. Just a couple. As a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, the population of Imperial Capital Tokyo is 2 million. I will be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibition's main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in the making. 2 years of preparation and negotiations with other countries. It sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations. The 20th century will see the wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques. Grabbing something. The cooperation between policing organizations around the globe will be essential. Which is why this landmark first symposium had to be hosted here at the heart of our great British Empire. In order that Scotland Yard can become the leading investigative organization in the world. He said it. The world. He's the same as ever, I see. The passion of his is quite something. That passion of his. You're every bit as passionate in your own way, I'm sure, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about a future that embraces forensic science. It was my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the Yard from the ground up. So the disgrace of the forensic investigation team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions. Sorry about that. My bad. I first established the forensic investigation team a year ago, experimentally to start with. With Dr. Scythe at the helm, it was steadily accruing an impressive record of achievement. I was on the verge of changing its name and elevating its status to a full-blown forensic investigation department. And can you not do that now? Obviously. Nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't keep this story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science now. This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years, I'd say. Unintended repercussions of our trial. We simply couldn't have overlooked what had happened, though. Of course not. We should all be grateful to you both. Anyway, I'll still reform this country's policing when I become Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way. The missing apprentice. About Lord Van Zieks' apprentice. Ah, yes. That came as a surprise to me, I must say. And you and he are old friends. How did he become an apprentice to Lord Van Zieks in the first place? Don't worry about that. It came about 3 months ago. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel. Oh my! So we stowed away to get here? He had no papers to identify him, no passport, and he was suffering from amnesia too. Other than the fact he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues as to who he was. So I decided to assign him to Lord Van Zieks. You know, whatever. That way I can keep an eye on him. Okay. But then, why the mask? I didn't want to burden Lord Van Zieks with tiresome explanations about why he had an Eastern apprentice. Because it would be so much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask. He's proving to be a great help to Lord Van Zieks. I have high hopes for his future, in destroying this country, potentially. By the way, do you know where he's gone? No idea. But I believe he's left London for the time being. Oh. I take it you also didn't know. The man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals, I mean. Genshin Impact Asogi. Genshin's crimes. What we learned from that trial 8 days ago was a huge shock. Finding out my friend's father was... yes. Genshin Asogi. The professor case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Britain. There were such awful murders. And unprecedented. Using a ferocious dog as a murder weapon. And no one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited to study here by the government. The true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then. And can't be made public now. Nobody in your country knows it was him. And neither do the citizens of London. The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relations between our two nations at the time, I understand. Correct. However, it has to be noted that there were some supporters of the professor's apparent cause. What? Supporters of a mass murderer? The majority of the man's victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited society as a whole. Eat the rich. Or so a fair few thinkers in London believed anyway. Right. I see. But it was still... murder, wasn't it? It seems very similar, doesn't it? To the idea of the Reaper of the Bailey. I'm so glad they've stuck with this Reaper thing, and that it's not just like superstition surrounding
Yeah,
Zeeks.
no, like something's going on.
Something is fucking happening. And look at Strongheart. Those ellipses are suspicious. Why have you been killing people? How'd you do that? Who's doing it? You also part Asian? Just turning into Yakuza?
Oh my god,
we got secret Koreans.
Oh my god.
We got secret Japanese infiltrating England. Come on. Where's the eye surgery?
Oh my fucking god.
Come on. Give it to me. Okay, bye. Just gonna stand there. Will he comment on his desk? Sit behind that desk. I thought this was old dialogue, sorry.
Alright, I'll throw you a bone for your plastic surgery theory.
Yeah, come on. Come on.
It wasn't a botched autopsy with Genshin. They gave him plastic surgery.
We just have
They swapped him out with Strongheart. So Strongheart's Genshin, and they had to shoot the guy that they buried because that was the real Strongheart.
Whoa. Could they pull it off?
They can pull that off.
I'm going with maybe.
I only say Strongheart because he's the only other character in the narrative so far.
That's yeah.
Violin noises, I guess.
What the fuck was that? A man screaming in a most unflattering way. Do you think could it have been Mr. Sholmes? Oh my, I do hope not. Oh, fuck, what, dude, there's more British people. Wait, it's the redheads!
They're Scottish, I think. I don't want to do it anymore!
I don't do it anymore.
You're gonna call him a barn.
Dude, it's okay. I'm ready for this. Martyra in what metaphor? Don't worry, they're all Scottish. I'm ready for this.
Yeah, he's a wee barn.
Yeah, don't do it more.
No, wait.
No. They're French.
These are the actual French.
More on me, more on me. Stop this disgraceful display, huh? Oh! Who are you people? Look at their hair. It's bright red. I think they must be clients of Mr. Sholmes. He works? Hi, Gina! What, you two? You come with me now. Down to the clank. No, not in prison. It is dark and damp and I don't like it. Oh, that's pretty good. Boff, the darkness is my friend. I am not scared. But you are always scared of the dark. Shut your mouth, you idiot. I will sit quietly in the dark and plan our next daring heist. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like it. Well, tough. We'll finish this down the yard. Now get moving. I always do that before I start speaking as Gina. I always give her a little. Yeah, that's my method to get into the voice.
No. Good.
Bye then, Jenny. Have fun. Oh yeah, thanks, Iris. And thanks, you great detective. Come on, depress. Here it comes. Oh, it's Susato. Hi, Susato. Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she? Oh, Susie and Runo! Hello, Iris. We're home. Well, did you find your daddy? Yes. We arrived at the hotel just before he and his friends. Oh, well, that's great news. I hope I'll get to see my daddy again soon. They're really waiting to drop this ball for her, huh? Or drop this shoe. Other shoe. Ah. Yes, of course. Dr. John H. Wilson.
So, Iris, all that remains now is that greatest of problems known to man. Oh, holy shit. Oh my god.
Is this a plague? What's happening?
Whoa.
It's red!
I've become a fan of Gerard Way from My Chemical Romance.
Yes,
But
yes,
before-
Danger Days. I'm like, he has white hair, and it's like, no, Alex, he only had it the one time. Once there, you can read.
But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea is in order, don't you, my dear fellows?
I gotta AFK for 1 sec. Gonna grab some water though.
Okay. Man, look at him.
Okay, sorry about that. But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea is in order. Don't you, my dear fellows? Red.
Something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo?
He's not rocking it. I'll be honest. It doesn't quite fit him.
Do I have a crumb or such like on my face?
Not so much on your face as on your head, I'd say. Come along then, everyone. I brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea. Whatever is going on here today?
In that case, let us sit and drink now. For I am, in fact, expecting a guest later today. Wow.
Your two visitors. Mr. Sholmes, who are the two gentlemen that were here before?
Oh, just a pair of petty criminals. Nothing of significance. Of course, they have to make a living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all manner of infractions.
When the mood takes you. All manner of infractions?
But when such fellows set their sights on Mr. Herlock Sholmes, well, that's when their luck runs out.
Oh my, you were the target of a crime, Mr. Sholmes.
But I could quickly devise a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young detective ally.
You should have asked Gregsy to come too. We could have had an arresting tea party.
I did send word, but no answer was forthcoming. The man is consummately in the wrong place at the wrong time. His word for it, I'm sure. Aha! I have it! A bungler! That's the word!
It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that. So those redheads have been up to no good. What do we think for the racism counter here?
Okay, hold on. I'm going to go with Sholmes' thing. Was that he dyed his hair red to like infiltrate their gang? Which
Yeah.
I'm going with this racist act.
Yeah, I'm not talking about redheading,
Okay.
necessarily, but you know what? I will. I'm just saying, like, are we counting points towards redheads as racism?
No.
No.
He wants just have red hair.
Right, but you know that means something a bit more here in Great Britain, maybe.
Or are you saying the fact that like 2 redheads showed up and they're criminals as a racist?
Well, I'm saying if they're gonna start talking about redheads badly, it's like, you know, the fucking the fucking Irish and Scots with their red hair, fuck them, and it's gonna be like, whoa. Do we count that as racist?
I guess.
I'm going with yeah, sure. That if that's what they got to work with, right? I wonder what the men did. The greatest problem. What was that about the greatest of problems known to man that you mentioned before? Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Sholmes?
How should I best explain it? Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection, perchance?
Well, I think I've heard talk of it somewhere, possibly.
See, natural selection keeps trying to eliminate me. So my greatest problem is...
Survival, Mr. Naruhodo. Every goddamn day with this shit. I have to keep putting more air in my lungs. Unbelievable. I could use those faculties, that brain power for so much more. Yet it keeps demanding that dog blasted air. It's a revolutionary scientific theory that was newly proposed 40 years ago now. According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in the treetops. Monkeys, Mr. Naruhodo. Wait, what? What? We were apes?
Oh, what do you mean were, Mr. Naruhodo? Indeed. And from the very moment those apes descended from the canopy to live as humans, it has been our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problem known to man.
Our lot? What is the greatest problem, Mr. Sholmes?
That the bananas are still in the canopy. Why, is it not obvious, my dear madam?
Yep.
The problem of rent.
Yup.
Trillions of life forms on this planet, and you had to be born as the one with the credit score, dude.
Hold on. Let me find it. This is like one of my favorite images ever. Let me see if I have it.
Born on a planet that literally grows the food you eat. Why did we fuck up this badly?
Fuck, hold on.
La vie bohème.
That's this.
Rent stew. Yeah.
Is it right there? But did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame Tuspells only the other day? She paid you?
Oh, pshaw. A large sum. 1 potted herb for Iris, and a new motor car for me later. And all of it has quite disappeared, I assure you.
You bought a car? Honestly, Ellie, you know you squandered it.
I needed those drugs, Iris.
How? How?
If I don't take 50 grams of morphine a day, I'll turn back into the Hound of Baskerville.
And then into an ape, and you wouldn't want that! But wait, then I wouldn't have to pay rent anymore. And then I can solve monkey crimes. Crimes do monkeys have? Murder. Actually, lots and lots of murder.
Tick theft.
Dude, chimpanzees are like demons.
Yes.
Not
well,
bonobos, though.
Anyway, 2 days ago.
I didn't know about bonobos till recently.
Yeah, what's a bonobo?
Exactly. It's like there's 4 great apes. Us.
Oh man.
Chimpanzee, gorilla, and bonobos.
Man, I got really close. You could have hit me with like bonobo these nuts or something.
No, like I know.
I gotta be more careful though.
Wait, or orangutans in there. 5 great apes? Oops, I didn't mean to click off. Hold on. Hold on, I'm ape searching.
Investigating hominid day.
Yeah, great apes. Who are the great apes?
Orangutans, gorillas, chimpanzees, and humans, or the ones.
Okay, so bonobos are different, but they're closely related, I believe. They're still apes. Let me see, bonobo.
I didn't realize orangutan was a compound word. I've only ever seen it written as like one word, but I'm seeing it as hyphenated here.
Oh, really?
Orangutan. Yeah.
All right, bonobo. Also historically called pygmy chimpanzees.
Sure.
Is an endangered great ape, and one of the two species make it.
Pygmy chimpanzee.
Yeah, it's so easily forgotten. Wait, it is a great ape. Why is it not listed? Yeah. Hold on. How dare it not list the bonobos?
Wait,
yeah,
it's literally.
Wait, there are a bunch.
But your progenitor found the 5th.
Oh wow, yeah, fucking. Oh, I didn't realize how few bonobos there were. Wait, they're that fucking endangered?
Oh Jesus Christ!
Oh my God, there's only 10,000 left. Chimpanzees are endangered.
Everything's endangered.
We have to go back. There's too many of us, guys.
iPhone 23.
Taxes. Whoa. I didn't know there were so few. That's too many humans. 8 billion? Oh my God. 8 billion. Oh my God. Anyway, bonobos are like super nice, and all they kind of do is have sex all the time. With like everything and everyone in their fucking what would you call it? Flock? You know what I mean?
Enclave.
Yeah.
Pack.
I'm
actually not sure what a group of apes are. Is a society.
Troop. This is for chimpanzees, so hey, that's probably close enough.
Yeah, shrewdness. A shrewdness of apes.
Yeah, bonobos is a troop.
Family. They could just be a family.
Could be a family, yeah. Anyway, there's your random chimp event of the night. Where were you? Yeah, no one talks about the bonobos. Because there's not enough to talk about. That's so sad. They're so nice. And that's it right there. They were too nice for their own good. They're not monstrous hunters that go around murdering everything and eating it all.
Alright. I discovered the answer to man's greatest problem. For the coming month, at least.
Right, rent. And what was the answer?
Why? Prostitution.
Yeah.
There's a substantial clue. before your very eyes.
No, you dye your hair, and you fucking stand on that street. And then McGilded comes around and rounds you up. Don't tell me. Let me see.
Iris, I require a submarine to discover penicillin.
What?
Yeah, they found the shit at the bottom of the ocean.
Penicillin's naturally forming at the bottom of the ocean?
Yeah, it's like a... It comes from a shell or a fish or some shit.
This is great news, Tommy. I am so happy you told me this. I haven't... Look, I'm connecting the dots. You just connected the dots. My greatest fear is the open water. I'm allergic to penicillin.
It was discovered by a man named Alexander.
Was it really?
Alexander Fleming.
Oh. Heard that name before. Humans are sorry creatures, unable to see what is in front of their noses. You all can see your nose right now if you look hard enough, by the way.
Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely.
Oh! We have to cross our eyes.
There is one particular feature about my person that has changed. You should notice it in the end, I think. That's right, I'm not wearing my jacket.
In the end? It's been stabbing me in both eyes right from the very beginning of our conversation. I think we might need another clue before we uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruhodo. Thanks for the hint. I'll be tearing my hair out if this charade goes on much longer. The lie you told. Mr. Sholmes, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Just over a week ago, you said to us,
I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that.
that case aboard the SS Buria in January. Cosmo wasn't killed. And you knew he wasn't dead at the time. So what was really going on?
The fellow was unconscious for a very long time. If he hadn't gained consciousness when he did, his life would have been in mortal peril.
Hmm?
Of course, a side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you now know.
Not faking it. Which makes sense. Seemed very genuine when it was presented to us.
It was a simple enough task to silence the crew.
But how?
After they'd carried him out of the cabin, I assembled them in the lobby area. Then I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unlaid from the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse.
Oh, how horrible. Get to the why?
It was necessary to find some material with which to persuade the crewmen to keep their word, of course.
But why? Why did you do it in the first place? Oh my god.
I will be at liberty to elaborate in due course. But for the time being, I would like to reassure you. I didn't foresee subsequent events.
What events?
his disappearance in Hong Kong.
Oh,
I believe I may have made a gross error in judgment.
Mr. Sholmes. Anyway, all right, bye. Both of these conversations just ran into a fucking wall.
Naruto's legal consultancy.
Okay.
It's over.
We've done it.
What are you doing here?
we have fucking done it, everyone. It's maybe I do have to examine stuff. Guess we're examining things. These very European suits of armor are still glaring at each other across the carpet, I see. In a way, they feel like guardians of the Lord Chief Justice's office. I suppose they're rather like the lion dogs that guard shrines in Japan, aren't they? Aren't they a bit too human to be called lion dogs? Did you know that it's a dream of mine to keep 2 cats one day? I feel as though we've gone off a bit of a tangent, don't you? Is that like how many kids she wants? As ever, the enormous clock is diligently maintaining its rhythmic tick-tock today. Watching machinery at work can be quite mesmerizing, can't it? Ironically, you can completely forget the time. What I particularly enjoy is watching the enormous wheels of a steam locomotive turning. When I was a little girl, grandmother often used to take me to watch the railway engines, you know. It's an open fire for me. I could sit and watch the flames for hours. Mr. Naruhodo, we can install one in the office. An enormous wheel, turned by an enormous steam engine. Perhaps we could start with the simple fireplace? Dream on, girl. Okay, bye. Dear
Whoa.
God. Oh, right. Hey.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that mysterious thing.
Get your big ass red hat out of the way. The mask Cosmo wore when he was assigned to Lord Van Zeeks as his apprentice. When he cast it aside after the trial the other day, I just sort of picked it up and started sniffing it. You what? We ought to give it back to him, I suppose. But he has his memory back now, doesn't he? And I can't help feeling he might turn around and tell me coldly to wear it myself. But isn't he your best friend? I don't know. This looks like last week's edition. What's that article circled in red ink there? It's an advertisement column. It says... To the Redheaded League. Here we go. The Redheaded League. What's that? I don't know. I've never heard of it before, but...
On my face.
Clearly, this has something to do with that. Lively hair. The Redheaded League article has been entered into the court record. The Redheaded League. On account of the bequest of the late Ezekiah Hopkins of Lebanon, PA, US. Of Lebanon, Pennsylvania, USA. There is now another vacancy open, which entitles a member of the league to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. All red-headed men who are sound in body and mind and above the age of 21 years are eligible. Apply in person on the morning of the 31st at the large park on Lime Street.
Halloween.
He needs money.
Oh, he's
Get
a
4
fraud.
pounds per week if you are... Get 4 pounds a week if you are a redhead. Okay. Interesting. This is all very interesting. Hey. 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 What's going on, dude?
It's a wonderful scheme, Naruhodo. It cost me 3 pounds a week to get there via transportation, and 1 pound a week to dye.
Yeah, and the hair dye cost me... I had to import the fucking material from India. So, you know, that's another, like... That's like 5... That was like 20 pounds to get it here. So, you know, in a month, I'll get it back. Oh, wait, my rent. It looks as though someone circled an advertisement in this paper, Mr. Sholmes.
To the Redheaded League? Does that strike you in some way?
Yeah, I was thinking that just maybe it might be related to your bright red hair. So you've noticed, finally.
You ignorant slave.
Ah, you ignorant slave.
So, at last you've learned to apply my methods, Mr. Naruhodo.
Sorry?
In the first instance, I'm and quite indispensable. Observation.
Believe me, I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut.
So then, allow me to regale you with the details of my latest exploits.
Regale? Or boast? The Redheaded League. So, what is the Redheaded League, which seems to be the subject of the advertisement you've circled?
You noticed it in the paper, then? That, my dear fellow, was going to be the source of this month's rent payment.
Was. How?
According to the advertisement, the Redheaded League is a distinguished institution of fellows of unspecified governance. In fact, the only condition for becoming a member is having red hair.
That doesn't entirely surprise me. But listen to what the lucky redheads receive once they join. An unconditional salary of poor founds. Yep. 4 pounds a week. Oh my. 4 pounds a week? I'm trying to lose weight. But why? What are they paying people for?
That I don't know. No details are given in the advertisement.
But surely every redheaded person in the country would be flocking to join in that case. You're right, Susie. There's no time to lose. I'll put my application at once. I don't know. So will I. Just on the off chance. God, you look so hot with red hair. I mean, that might be a stretching point, I think. You know, I dyed my hair blue once. It didn't last very long. You can't watch that shit, dude. But then I just had like bleached hair, and it was like in streaks, and it looked kind of good. That was a long time ago. Now I'm going bald. Sucks. The trouble is, they have a fixed number of members, you see. Oh, I see. So once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can.
but as luck would have it, one member recently passed away.
Wow! It wasn't particularly lucky for the redhead in question, I feel, Mr. Sholmes. Don't care. So you decided to try and join in his place?
Correct. I mean, look at me. Have you ever seen such a red-headed fellow?
No.
Why? Why did it have to go so wrong? That damned mandatory pube check!
Sholmes, you should have seen through it. You fool, you didn't even shave it off? They couldn't check then! No, not the asshole check also, no! What on earth happened, dude?
A blunder, Mr. Naruhodo.
Dude, it's the pube check.
It pains me to admit it.
Would YouTube demonetize me for pube check as a title? I'm gonna check.
In the future.
Your pube check blunder. What did you actually do to your hair, Mr. Sholmes?
I'm glad you asked, Mr. Sato. When you see atop my head is neither dye nor a hairpiece. He ate.
You transplanted hair?
No, it's the fucking Conrochi, the Sakura mochi.
Oh yeah, the Sakura mochi turned her hair that color.
He ate a bunch of chilies. I don't know.
The classic Demon Slayer comic I always think about is, hey Rengoku, what did you do to get your, what did you eat to get your hair to look like that? I was born this way! Huh? Nice and simple. What did you do then?
I changed the color of my hair overnight. By the wonders of chemistry.
It's called dyeing it, you stupid fucking asshole. I hate you. Chemistry. Like the band?
I was conducting some research into a method of rejuvenating spent tea leaf. Huh. So, immortality? And in the course of my work, I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turns one's hair aflame like red.
I guess that's not dying, technically. You're a flamingo, congratulations.
So, dying? Would you like to try it? It will make every hair on your body perfectly crimson.
So he,
But I guess he passed
so he would have passed it. I'm sorry, he did pass it. I think I'll pass it. You see, I'm a rare Japanese with red pubes. God. But, Mr. Sholmes, is it quite safe to drink? Surely it's bad for you, isn't it?
Amateurs are always hampered by such fears.
Oh, I should have never doubted you, Mr. Sholmes. You mean to say...
But of course. To earn £4 per week, one must be prepared to turn a blind eye to a little danger.
Why don't you just start killing people? You're a fucking detective. Just cover it up. Are you stupid?
Oh my god.
Clearly morals are a little loose for this guy, so... That degree of red signals more than just a little danger, surely. So anyway, Hurley left full of confidence yesterday with his new red hair. For the park on Lime Street where the Redheaded League were interviewing prospective new members. So what went wrong?
The whole park was choked with red-headed folk. Like a coaster's orange barrow.
Like a Coster's orange barrow.
Barrow.
I don't know what that is. Stop being British.
I queued for 8 hours, solid before it last. I reached the front. But when the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation?
Damn. Damn. That's tough, buddy.
So, naturally, I had no choice but to reply. Shh! Don't give me away! After which, I could do a little else but turn and leave. Then this morning, when I looked into the mirror, irritation stirred within me. So I turned that pair into the police.
I'm going with hate crime.
That's a hate crime.
I'm going with redheaded hate crime. Oh dear, what a disaster for Hurley and those 2 redheads.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling.
That was not a ding-a-ling, that was a harrowing rapid bell.
Aha! Here's my guest now. My latest client, with money to spend.
Money. Oh, I do hope it's an exciting case, Hurley.
Remember, Iris, we are at present gripped by the greatest problem known to man. I must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating. Save locating a runaway, of course.
Did you buy a car, Sholmes? I'm not moving past that one. Did you buy a car? Iris, does he take all your money? Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you? Oh dear. I'm afraid that Hurley can lack a little tact. Especially just before the retins do. Why? Oh no, that's instant death. Hey, I know you.
Oh, we do know her.
I know you. Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Herlock Sholmes, please. Oh, please. Please find my husband. He's run away.
Damn it!
Good.
To upset me.
I beg your pardon?
After dyeing my hair red, I now detest all shades of red. Which is why I refuse to work on Amber Alerts.
Anyway, where is he?
Never mind. A personal matter. My apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Naruhodo?
That was Sholmes talking twice, right? Yeah. I didn't say a word.
Come.
Come.
My dear madam, be seated. Iris, some tea, if you please.
Of course. I guess let's leave? What's the matter, Miss Susato? Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. I feel sure I've seen her somewhere before. Very recently. Yes, now you come to mention it.
Evie
Vigil. Evie Vigil.
Ever vigilant.
Evie Vigil. EVA. It's not EVA. It's probably Eevee.
Eevee Vigil, yeah.
Eevee Vigil. Evie?
Evie, yeah, like Ever.
I like Evie. Evie sounds right. Evie
like
Vigil.
Ever Vigilant.
Ever Vigil. Yeah, I agree.
Evie.
It's Evie Vigil. As I explained earlier, my name is Evie Vigil. I implore you to take the case, sir. Money is no object. Simply name your figure.
Money and wealth are of little consequence, madam.
Oh my god.
Being offered a case to solve is reward enough.
Iris, kick him.
Iris shoots him and brings him the second home.
Sholmes, you are the picture of benevolence.
I will, of course, make a mental note of your offer. However, for contingent reasons. I trust you will remember your words also.
If I might inquire, sir. This gentleman and lady would be... Oh, me? What I'm about to tell you, I should like to communicate in the strictest confidence, you understand?
These are my friends. I assure you, you may say before this pair anything which you may say to me.
I see.
I can vouch for the gentleman personally. After all, he's hard of hearing.
Where did I ever get my hopes up? Man, fuck you, Sholmes. Die. I hate you. Mrs. Vigil.
Is there a Mr. Vigil? Wait.
Forgive me asking, Mrs. Vigil, but have we met somewhere before? Quite recently, perhaps? Oh my!
Shaw, my dear fellow, what is your intention? Clearly, you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English. Racist counter?
I mean, let's be real here. This is probably true. This would be difficult.
If you wish to invite the lady to tea, you must do so in a more gentlemanly fashion.
Is it possible that you're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week?
What?
Ah, I knew I recognized her. And that cleavage, I've never seen cleavage. He's never seen cleavage before. Like, this is...
yeah.
This would stick with him forever. He's like, what the fuck is happening under her dress there? What the hell? You have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine. I didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now. Must be very difficult for you as a lawyer. Being hard of hearing, I mean. Yeah. Pardon? Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Don't worry if you can't hear. It was frippery, really. Frippery. It was frippery, really. Nothing more. Now look what you started, you fucking piece of shit. Thanks. No problem.
I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner.
Yes. Anyway, well, so Mr. Vigil.
So is he dead? You like saying, like, what's going on?
Yeah, what's going on here?
Tell us about your husband, madam.
Mr. Vigil. My daily. He's 40 years of age.
Okay.
I have a photograph here.
An entirely unremarkable gentleman. By appearance, at least. How long have you been married?
1 week. It will be 15 years this year.
We got married when we were 10.
Six?
Okay, sure.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Checks out. Hi, Gina. What's up, girl?
Yeah, so it is probably...
They look like siblings.
because it's evening and daily.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they completely just did not... the context clues are providing this, but...
Yeah.
Her name could have just been Evening. Like, her name could have just straight up been Evening Vigil, and you spell it slightly weird. But whatever. Evie. Why do they look like siblings?
They both have brown hair, I guess.
I know, but it's like the curls and like they have the same eyes. It'll be 15 years this year. We have a cordial relationship, and my husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably. Money, you say? Oh, man.
As it would appear, I need only look at you to know these things.
Oh, gosh.
Your dress in the latest style, your hat clearly regularly groomed, and your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inkling, Umi, as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct?
That's right. He's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me.
Which would point to the possibility that he has become embroiled in some incident or other.
Oh, it's exactly what I fear must have happened, Mr. Sholmes. I'm quite beside myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. What if he's incurred some miscreant's ill will?
What exactly is your husband's line of work?
Fuck. He's a warder at the prison. A guard. That is somewhat unusual.
Never actually seen that word like that before.
Prison warder.
Like
You
warden,
ward.
Like it's a warder is just like a normal guard.
Why? Why?
Yeah. So, your husband is a prison warder.
That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder. Maybe it was just... Maybe it, like, became warden at some point.
Yeah, yeah.
Basically the same thing here, sounds like.
Indeed. I see. By any chance, 10 years ago, did he let out a Never mind.
We'll get there.
Well...
In fact, I already know this, so I'm not saying it.
Well, Chief Prison Warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation.
Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments and see that they're carried out. You've seen the Green Mile, right? Yes, I have, madam. Dreadful punishments?
That was me. I was the mouse.
She mean capital punishments? And at such times, he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. But for that extra responsibility, he is this word is like, I am not designed to speak this word. Remunerated. By the moon. He is remunerated. He is remunerated more handsomely than the other warders. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbors. So what do you do? Yeah.
Yes. I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged?
Oh, you know, that one. I didn't know it off the top of my head, but yeah, it's that one.
That one?
Barclay Prison, Mr. Sholmes. Wow.
Really?
That's crazy.
Barclay. Oh, a fine establishment.
Reminds me of the story of the professor coming out of his grave.
If I'm not mistaken, there was a large cemetery just behind it.
We're about to find fucking clues from this, like, incident 10 years ago. Yes, that's correct. Low Gate Cemetery. No! Low Gate Cemetery? The very place where we were discussing in court? That's unbelievable. Checks map of cemeteries in London. Oh, never mind. I guess that's not that great.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Unbelievable. Checks maps of... Wait, no. My dear fellow. And yet, undeniable.
Sorry, Mr. Sholmes. I'm afraid you've lost me. Don't worry about it. No, like, don't even worry about that, though.
Pay no heed, madam. Pay no heed. A private matter. This
can't really be a coincidence, can it? I mean, I believe it. This would just happen to me. This is my average day. Your husband's disappearance.
So, to the matter of your husband's disappearance. When did you realize he was missing?
Please try not to laugh. Oh, don't you dare say like an hour ago. Alright, 24 hours is reasonable. It was yesterday.
I'm sorry. Yesterday?
"24 hours for us is... I suppose you could be out of contact for someone for 24 hours without, like, constant communication, and you'd be like, yeah, they'll be back. Don't worry about it, right? You got shit to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, he's out with his buds, stayed over at someone's house, you know, just slept the night there, whatever, right?
Yeah.
But that really is recent. Laughably so. The truth is, my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away for his work.
Right, sure.
It's not at all out of the ordinary for him not to return home at night. But this is different. For him not to make any contact for a whole day. That has certainly never happened before. Oh, my dear Daly. What can have whatever can have happened?
My dear Miss Vigil, please, calm yourself. Now then, you have contacted the police.
Why, naturally. But sadly, they refuse to listen to my pleas as my husband has only been missing for one day. I was asked to wait patiently at home.
In truth, Miss Vigil, I concur with the police. However, let us not be too hasty. I see no reason why we should not engage my deductive powers to track your husband down anyway.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Jones!
And furthermore, let me assure you, a chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision.
Okay.
I seek only to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That's really all there is to it.
You have my eternal gratitude. I shall pay any sum you care to mention. You seek only to put this entire suite's rent in your landlady's purse. That's all there is to it.
Thank you for everything you have shared with us, Miss Vigil. I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation.
Oh, please report to me soon with good news, sir.
Fear not, madam. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a heartening report. I'm quite sure.
So soon? Oh, how splendid, Mr. Sholmes.
Good news should be delivered early, I always say. If you would be so kind as to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession.
photograph of Mr. Vigil has been entered into the court record. Ryunosuke's like stand powers are like, why'd that show up? Why was that put there?
Thank you.
Oh my god, she caught his finger.
Holy shit.
No, not so fast, Mr. Sholmes.
Now,
Thank you.
allow me to show you the door. Oh!
It's got like more cat doors in it now, and she's like, how'd those get there? I can't thank you enough, Mr. Sholmes. You've been simply marvelous. Okay, bye. You know, I think it every time, Hurley. But how do you come out with such nonsense? How do you come out with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two. Are you sure?
I can't be sure, of course. But then I didn't swear on it. I
man.
really gave the good woman some hope.
Make no promises.
I hope to be able to give her good news, one might say. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of the day, tomorrow.
Or else.
If by that time I've successfully located Mr. Vigil, we shall be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
I haven't been paying attention. Not playing shogi with Susato in the corner.
Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case?
Yes, my hearing is surprisingly good, actually.
Excellent. And what did you make of it?
I don't know, he's just stuck at work. Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. At Barclay Prison, I mean.
Yes, I'm more of a cauliflower man myself. So you noted that.
Dude, I'm a trauma machine, of course. I'm a fucking trauma engine. Burn that shit as fuel to keep going. Of course. Especially with the mention of Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Barclay Prison is where that notorious man was incarcerated. The Professor.
And now a warder from the prison has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem.
It's all very peculiar.
Indeed. But nothing you can't handle, I'm quite certain, Mr. Naruhodo. The rent's due!
Uh-huh.
Unless you want to be the prostitute.
Sorry?
Run along to the prison and see what you can glean. Would you?
One sec, guys. Need to tell my brother something. My poor brother, he actually got a lot of water in his house, even though he's like really high up. But like, it rained a lot. There was a fuck ton of rain during the hurricane, right?
Did you fucking hear about the river floodings?
No.
The fucking last couple days after the hurricane blew through, once like the water started, like, because there was so much rain that actually dropped. Once the water started like receding from places that got flooding, it all went to the rivers, and all of a sudden the fucking rivers started flooding, and like there was a bunch of like flooding up in Pasco County, like
wow,
a couple of days after the hurricane blew through, they were started reissuing like evacuation orders for certain areas because it was like the fucking rivers are about to enter your house.
But yeah, I sent him I had an air purifier in my room. So he's got like mold in his house now that he didn't know it was there. And, like, he went to go repair, like, the drywall in the house, and it's like, oh, great, we have fucking mold. So it was like, his whole house just kind of stinks right now, and he's like, my brother's a bit, he's a hypochondriac. He's a pretty bad hypochondriac, too. So, I was like, alright, Dad, bring over the purifier to him, and, he asked me what the settings on it were, and honestly, I don't remember, but it's kind of just like, I think it's just how Storm works. Actually, yeah, give me a sec. You know what? Let's just take a break right now.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Yo. I returned.
Damn. God's hurting. Give me one more sec.
Okay. Yeah.
We have been conscripted.
Yes.
We have to be the detective.
Conviction.
Go run along to the prison, see what you can glean, would you?
It's the prison governor you want. No doubt the man is equally worried.
But aren't you going to go yourself?
Surely you needn't ask. I can't possibly be seen out with this hair!
Oh, then shave it off! Bro. Kill him, Susato. But didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair?
That. A different matter. So I leave it in your capable hands. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm rather busy.
He needs the negation drug.
Yeah.
Of course you are.
His hair's just, he's gonna keep turning his hair different colors.
It spoiled it. The image was there and the background was there, but we weren't supposed to see it. It was there for maybe 20 frames or something. And then it switched to this. That's funny. Barclay Prison on the outskirts. I'm sorry. Barclay Prison is on the outskirts of London, backing onto a lonely burial ground. Its 4 high outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That clock is fucking awesome.
Mickey's Dick Slicer 2000.
Like it's kind of strange because like it's too small for a head to fit through. Not big enough for a dick. I guess it's
not
for
big
arms.
enough for a dick. Wait.
Yeah. I've admitted I don't have a arm-sized a penis. Everyone, I'm sorry to disappoint you all. It doesn't have a fucking elbow in the middle of it and can flex. Sorry. I know. This is a cool room.
Whoa.
He said, "Can I?" Now that's a Scottish guy.
Yeah.
This place is full of hardened criminals. I cannot remember the last time a civilization was done here. And you do not want to talk to an inmate, but to me. The most British man in the world. You ken who I am? I'm the governor. Barricade him. Barricade him. Amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Barricade. So that's not bad. All right, 22.
22, yeah.
22.
Yeah.
Guesses.
53.
Yes. All right, so it's gonna be 35. Oh. Yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. An Easterner, I see. Does that mean? Yes, I'm a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan. Japan? Did you say Japan? Yes. Well, there are no any of your kind of here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door, eh? I didn't notice another prison next door, sir.
Yeah.
Fuck. Anyway, we came to ask you some questions about... I don't like to be so direct, but... I've no intention of speaking with the likes of you, suspicious-looking Easterners. Get out my hair. Get out of my hair. So as soon as he finds out that we're from Japan, he reacts like this. That surely means... I think... it's because of the professor case. You think so too? 10 years ago. It's like a fucking sucker punch every time that pops up. Genshin Impact Asogi, also known as the Impact.
The Impact.
Yeah, Genshin Asogi, also known as the Impact, was incarcerated at this prison. And then after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison. Are there any characters that fight with an animal in Genshin?
In Genshin, not to my knowledge. I don't think anyone's got like a pig like Topaz.
Or a bunny, like Linkshaw. The bunny should follow around Linkshaw.
Yeah.
Feel gypped.
Well, they did give you a free pig with the update. That follows you
That
around.
is hers.
That is hers.
Alright, fair enough. You win this time. And then after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison. I'm not known. You're sniffing around with the case, aren't ya? You're agents, eh? Part of the professor's great web, no doubt. No, not at all. We're just... Get going with ya! Before I punch your light out. Before I punch your light out. We're going! We're going! Clearly the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. We're not going to get anywhere here. Unless we can somehow prove to this man there's nothing suspicious about us. Governor Caden. What are you thinking, Miss Usato? I feel sure that name came up in conversation recently somewhere. Oh, yeah. Jigoku mentioned it, I think. I was wondering if whoever mentioned him might have some ideas to help us. Come to think of it, I have the same feeling. Okay, I can't even just, like, look at things. My man's chillin'. My other man chillin'? Nope. That's Professor Mikotoba over there. Oh. Hello, you two. I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world now that I'm unpacked. But where's Judge Jigoku? Yes, he's not the relaxing sort. He's taken himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs. Having only just arrived in the country today? Goodness, he is full of energy. Professor, you mentioned something before. About how you'd known the prison governor at Barclay Prison. Oh. Governor Caden, you mean? So it is the same man. Father, we must speak with the governor. But he refused to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners. Well, I'm sure if I accompanied you, it would be a very different story. Would you? That would be wonderful, if you have time now. Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment. Busy drinking coffee on a comfortable settee? Stop making up things. Now, I have a lot to prepare for tomorrow, you know. Oh, sorry. I didn't say that out loud, did I? Oh no, the Mikotobas can read his mind. You Mikotobas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts. Or could it be that you Naruhodos are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts? It's not Fallout now. I have an idea. What's he writing on that piece of paper? Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully when he sees my name, he'll change his tune. Thank you. Letter of introduction has been entered into the court record. Good luck, then. Alright, see ya. Does that say 9/11?
Where?
Bottom left. Month, day, 9/11.
Whoa. That could be a 4, but I think that's a 9.
That's looking like a 9 on my screen.
No, I meant like the second one, so like 9/14.
Okay, yeah.
But I think you're right. I think it just says 9/11.
Oh, it looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Cruise. First class cabin 001. Yokohama departure. 11th of September. London arrival. 1st November.
I guess it's 111.
That's the boat that Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku came on from Japan, isn't it? Yes, I think it called at Dunkirk on the north coast of France for the night before finally arriving in Dover. I think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Buria. Seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think? Yes, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary. I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Oh. Well, how strange. Where could it have gone? Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhodo? Did I imagine it? Was that a comment accompanied by a little sigh? Okay. Wow, Professor Mikotoba has wonderful handwriting, doesn't he? This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. Is it just me, or does that make me sound extremely untrustworthy? I do wish he'd at least call you a nice young man. I'm really not sure that would help. If you just cast your eyes over this, Governor Caden. What's this then? You cannot pull the wool over my eyes, you good-for-nothing Japanese student. Mikotoba. That young jock from the forensics laboratory? That Mikotoba? Yes, exactly. Him. Oh, dear, perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Eugene Mikotoba's daughter, Sato. James! You're the young man's daughter? And you did not think to mention that afore. I do apologize. Alright, well, you best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? They're handcuff shaped. And do not forget to try one of these wee handcuff biscuits. Tiny cup, or is he huge?
I think he's huge.
You were close.
81.
Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing. I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now. Now then, what can I do you for, Anne? Well, we're currently investigating a case. It's one of your warders, you see. He's gone missing. Missing? That's right. It's surely been reported to you as well, being the prison governor. I've not heard nothing of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison. Oh. But how can that be? It's Mr. Daily Vigil, your chief warder. Vigil? That's right. His wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Let's skip the part about him only going missing yesterday for now. He was here just yesterday! Fuck. What's with the bird?
Crap.
I guess it's taxidermy? Yeah. Clearly that means something to him. Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir? Aye, of course. Yo, let me check out that clock first. This grandfather clock is fitted with a terrifying blade that keeps dropping down. It's modeled on the guillotine, French execution device. You might have heard of it. And yes, before you ask, it can chop heads off, you mean? Havers, no! Carrots and parsnips and so forth. Oh. Place a large carrot at the bottom there in the morn. By evening, it'll have been cut clean in two.
Huh?
It's dull.
Okay.
Well, the blade must have an almost indescribable edge on it then. An axe, a hunting rifle, and 4 pairs of handcuffs. That's a daunting collection. Ah, there's a story behind every one of those. You mean the rifle was a famous killer's murder weapon? And the axe was wielded by an infamous executioner? And the handcuffs were once used to immobilize a fierce 4-legged beast when it was arrested? I think you're in the realms of fantasy now, Mr. Naruhodo. Not those kind of stories, Jimmy. Yeah! That axe was the one I used to chop down the cherry tree at my house. Mrs. Kaiden was not best pleased. And the cuffs on the left are the ones I caught my first burglar with back when I was a bobby. Okay. Stories were a little different to those you imagined, I think. Weren't they? Yes. To my relief, and in some small way, my disappointment. Bird? I'd never have expected to find a parrot in a prison. Must be the governor's pet. Given where we are, it's hard not to see the poor creature as a prisoner. It's alive. Let me out! Then I'll kill me! Has the bird learnt to mimic the plaintive cries of the inmates in the cells? Oh, no. He was one of the 3 siblings, you see? And he still calls out the names of his 2 brothers like that all the time. Names. Right. Let me out and do not kill me. Aye, aye. I heard you, laddie. You want your dinner, eh? Did not do it. Did not do it. That is a criminally small cage for a bird.
Yeah.
That is...
Especially one that size. Like,
yeah, like, I get what they were going for. It's like, we need a bird in the room that's like set dressing and not like meant to take up too much space. So it's like, yeah, sure. It's a very large cabinet full of papers, isn't it? It's labeled inmate register. Look. And all the files are in alphabetical order. That's 50 years worth of records of Barclay's inmates. Whether or no they left alive after serving their term. All the details about the crimes they committed are recorded in there. Like an epitaph, you might say. A record of crimes and punishments. How dispiriting. And yet, this man seems to be enjoying tea and biscuits as he talks about it. He can't help it. 1 on the racist counter. That's just how British people are. It's Scottish, whatever. The deer has been staring at me for a while now. It has? The poor thing can't fit through the small hole in the wall, but it can't get its head back out again now either. It's giving me a woefully imploring look. It's not real, Mr. Naruhodo. It's stuffed. What? I mean, yes, of course it is. For a moment, I thought it was another assassin sneaking in via the ventilator. The vent, you say? I don't like to say, but I think perhaps you need to reread The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. I'm not doing that. Chief Warder Vigil. We understand that Mr. Vigil is the chief warder here at the prison. Aye, he was. Strong sense of responsibility and dedicated to the job, no doubt about it. He was a fine warder. Sorry, did you say was? Aye. He doesn't work here no more. He left the job. Never told his wife. My. When was this exactly? There's a question. When was it about? It cannot have been much less than 10 years ago now. 10 years ago now. So, Was he the gravekeeper? What? 10 years ago? He stopped working here 10 years ago? Aye. Doesn't mind it. You can. I've not heard the fella's name in all that time. That's a worry if he's gone missing, though. But Mrs. Vigil made no mention of it. I think perhaps, Mr. Naruhodo, that his wife simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware that he no longer works here. Governor Caden, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Vigil give up his job here? That's important, is it? Yes, I believe it may be. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't help wondering, given that it was 10 years ago. Which was exactly when the professor was being held at this prison. "10 years ago. So Mr. Vigil actually resigned from the position of Chief Warder 10 years ago, you're telling us. What happened to make him leave the job? In actual fact, he didn't leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter. You mean he was dismissed? It was after a particular walk. Sorry? A walk? Aye. That's our word for a walk to the gallows. That's our word for it. An execution? It's the job of the Chief Warder to prepare the gallows tree and oversee an execution. And oversee any executions, you say. Only Vigil did something unthinkable on that last walk he was manning. What did he do? I'm sorry, but I cannot reveal that information. But I can tell you that it's very rare for a Chief Warder to be relieved of his post. But why wouldn't Mrs. Vigil know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here. I wouldn't know anything about that, I'm afraid. Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal? What would that be, Anne? That last execution that Mr. Vigil was responsible for overseeing, was it by any chance the professor's? My thoughts exactly. Sorry. I really am. But I'm not at liberty to answer that. I see. Professor Mikotoba. My father came to Britain all those years ago in order to study forensic medicine. His friend was the professor, by the way. Do you know anything about the professor? But you seem to have been well acquainted. The dead room, the prison, and the cemetery have a lot to do with one another. After all, I need fresh corpses for forensic research. You can? Yes, I can imagine. Don't say that. Sorry. The advancement of medical science isn't always particularly palatable. The father worked in the laboratory. The father worked in the laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard. In the basement of St. Sinners. It's still in use today. St. Sinners? That's come up before, I'm sure. Yes, that's right. We've been there. They ordered 500 scalpels. Dude, I'm telling ya. It's coming, dude. Mikotobo and I have used to ride in a carriage together and negotiate terms. For more fresh material, I suppose. Aye. We used to sit in here for hours and gab about dissections and all sorts. Oh, it takes me back. For a pot and tea and a plate of cuff biscuits, of course. How charming! Guillotine continues to fall. The sword of Damocles has fallen. He was a good fella, your father. Reliable. And dead set on his work. I'm afraid. I'll never understand you Japanese. Because of Genshin Impact Asogi, I suppose.
Yeah.
Dude, I am so glad I get to rename this episode to Failed the Genshin Pube Check.
God.
Well. I gotta get to my dick slicing. I cannot tell you anything else. Thank you so much for your time, Governor. Oh. A moment before you're away, Anne. He just has a fucking axe on him. That's awesome. This guy's awesome. Oh, I'm sure I have it in here somewhere. Oh, found it. Here. Take this as a wee souvenir of your visit to the prison. What is it? That's Vigil's dismissal notice. It's 10 years old now, of course. Oh my. Are you sure? Aye. It's no trouble at all. It's not the original, mind. Vigil's dismissal notice has been entered into the court record. A harsh reprimand incurred by Mr. Vigil 10 years ago that resulted in him losing his job as chief warder of Barclay Prison. Thank you very much, Governor Caden. Well, in return, do me a favor and never come back here. Our case is closed. Well, I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being. Notice of dismissal. The 25th of June. Chief Warder Daily Vigil is relieved of his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for Prisons. All rights to redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Reason for dismissal. Aiding and abetting the escape from the prison of convict Genshin just prior to his execution. Details of this escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with the inquiries will be expected. Might not be the professor. It might be the other. No. Because the other guy died in prison. But we still have to find the link as to how that guy had the collar. Remember? From the second case?
The collar.
The thing they find at the end of the case in Soseki's room.
Oh, right. Yeah.
He had the dog collar. Additional notes. Indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded. Indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. Okay, he just lit the match. We need to report back to Mr. Sholmes. What will he tell Mrs. Vigil, I wonder? The case has gone cold. It's so fucking over, Mrs. Vigil. We're so back. Hello, you two. I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones for us all. Ah, so that's what the delicious smell.
Oh my god. Knew that was gonna happen.
He can pull this one off more than the red. But not by much.
Of course you have blue hair and deductions. Greetings, my dear fellows.
Yeah, hey! Can go through the whole rainbow.
You've returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating.
Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Hello, Mr. Sholmes.
Say nothing. Your thoughts are written all over your faces, in any case.
Her woke Sholmes. That's fucking funny. He's gonna start making bad Western video games. No!
It turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application.
I have not, like I said, I dyed my hair this color blue at some point, but like, fuck, man. Just... Oh my. Yeah, you know what? You're right. He does look like Sigurd from Fire Emblem 4.
But pray,
where's the fucking remake?
What of our warder friend? Have you garnered some new information?
Oh, yeah. Something very surprising, in fact. Though it's not a patch on your hair, to be honest. It most certainly isn't. But still, we discovered that... Sholmes! Like, it's gotta be...
I imagine it's Gregson.
Close! Started with a G
daughter.
and a detective. And his daughter. Drop everything, Sholmes! This is more important! Oh, hi, Gina!
Oh my god, hi, Gina.
I can't arm it either. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. What's happened?
Clearly a very grave matter indeed. For Mr. Strahd made no mention of my hair whatsoever.
It's the boss. What do you mean? Inspector Gregson? We were just talking about him. The boss is... He's dead. I got spoiled on this. Unfortunately, I knew Gregson would be dead at some point.
What?
Unless I shouldn't have said that yet, and it's a fake out right now, and I've spoiled you all. Then I'm fucking sorry.
Whoa.
What? He just found his body. Shot with a pistol. What? What? But... Inspector Gregson? was murdered? No. Oh, Gregsy. I was hoping his hair would be a different color.
Fuck. Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story.
Like, my funny bone in me, my, like, comedy director funny bone in me is, like, every shot he reappears, it's a different color, and they don't point it out.
No, that's how you know. Absolutely.
That is comedy at that point, right? It's gonna change again at this point, but still, like, fuck, man. Gregson's fucking dead. I like that guy. Now we have to adopt her. She's 18.
You can adopt adults.
Marry her then? Oh dear, this is complicated. He wants to see my cool badge. Inspector's death. Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson was... He was really... shot. I don't know much about what happened myself yet. They're still investigating the scene. Not now, Sholmes' head. Stop being so loud.
Where did this take place?
Yeah, so when I got spoiled on it, I just assumed it was the final case of this game.
Right.
And luckily, like, you see that and with knowing nothing else, right? And you go, I'm sorry, what? So it was definitely more of like a intriguing spoiler than it was a like, damn, wish I didn't know that kind of spoiler.
Yeah, they opted to fucking kill off the detective character. Like,
yeah.
Whoa.
He's had it coming.
He's had it coming a little bit.
Dude,
a bit
the
over
end
his head.
Like I got spoiled on this after we finished the first game.
Okay, yeah.
And I was like, oh fuck, this game's gonna go somewhere, huh? So I was definitely like, okay, I'm really looking forward to this game now. If they got the fucking balls to kill off the detective. Where did this take place? A little room in a building full of flats on Vesna Street.
The outskirts of town. Nowhere near his home. He was perhaps investigating a case then.
The thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there. Give her a hug. Oh, how strange. The boss was so good to me. I know I ain't up to much yet, but one day I was gonna show him. I was gonna show him I'd become a proper detective. Oh, Jenny. So who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is? They caught Moray.
Gonna be Mr. Vigil.
Probably gonna be Mr. Vigil. Already? They've caught the shooter so soon. It didn't even occur, even seeing that spoiler, it didn't even occur to me that we're gonna have to fucking defend the person they think it was.
Yeah.
And everyone's gonna be against us. They've caught the shooter so soon? A witness reported something was going on. And the boys got straight down there and took care of them. Who? What awful person did this? I still can't believe it myself. Gina,
Oh, my fucking god. Oh, man.
Guy disappears, makes a lot of money. Or loses his job, starts making a lot of money. Ooh. It was the Reaper. Or are you telling me this is Zeke's? I'm sorry.
No. Yeah, they're saying Zeke's fucking shot Gregson.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes. I know. Dude, whenever these things drop, I always just fight. It goes straight over my head every time. I've internalized that he's not the Reaper at this point, right? But yeah, okay. Well, any fucking direction it goes. Wait a minute, you don't mean they've arrested Lord Van Zeeks for it? That's right. That Reaper bloke's gone and shot the boss. No. Lord Van Zeeks? This party's getting crazy. Sholmes, put your fucking hair away. We're trying to have a conversation.
Are you quite sure, Mr. Strahd? It's Barak Van Zeeks the police have arrested.
I saw him with my own eyes. In the interview room at the yard. He would never use a gun. He's got that sword. I don't believe it. But there were witnesses. And they're all saying it was him. So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses? All with red hair. I had the gunshot apparently. And when I got to the scene, there was only the boss and that Reaper bloke in the room. But there's no way Lord Van Zeeks would have taken Gregson's life. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Damn, Gina's kind of tall.
Thank you for informing us, Mr. Strahd. This really is most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry.
What are you saying sorry for? Didn't do nothing. Well, anyway, I'm taking a cab over to the scene right now. But please come in all as soon as you can. You've gotta help. Baby girl. Baby Gregson. Fuck.
It's a detective's lot to appear wherever some sinister plot has unfolded. It's a wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves.
Mr. Sholmes.
What use is there in being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming? How can I let this happen to Gregson? To Gregson? To Naruhodo. I shall leave at once to begin my investigations.
Of course, yes, we will too.
It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyway.
You know what this means, Tommy? Guess who our final boss prosecutor probably is?
I guess...
Kazuma.
Cosmo, okay.
Actually, I'm jumping the gun. He's gonna be our prosecutor right now, probably.
Yeah.
I'm thinking for next case. I'm like, well, once we're done. Oh, no, Zeke's is gonna be so strong, he's gonna prosecute himself. I'm not guilty, but I will prosecute myself. Unconventional, but hey, fuck it. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyway.
Until later, then.
He's got a hat he can put on at least. Inspector Gregson dead. And Lord Van Zeek's arrested. Mirno, Susie! I've called you handsome. It's waiting outside. Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Miss Usato? Yes. Room on Fresno Street. The wig. This really is an out-of-the-way part of London. I doubt many people find their way down this back street. Man, props on this game just now. I was just like, oh right, Gregson's about to show up. And that's like legitimate grief. That's how your fucking mind works.
Mm-hmm.
That's... Ouchie wouchie. My soul. Huh. So this dust-ridden rented old room is where it happened then. Did a ghost die on the floor? Did you see that body outline? So... this is... where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life? Yes. And the police are already hard at work investigating, it seems. I don't see Mr. Sholmes anywhere, though. Perhaps his investigations have taken him elsewhere. Hoy! What do you think you're doing there? Every one of them drawers has got to be taken right out so you can look underneath and all. I want the space above the ceilings checked, and don't forget to look inside the chimney stack too. Blimey. Ain't you lot never gone over an house looking for dough when the owners are out of town? Gina's obviously got some unique investigative techniques she wants everyone to adopt. Oh. Oh! You've turned up at last. Mind you, I ain't been here long myself. Hello again, Gina. Sholmes has only just left. You're lucky you missed that. I went prancing around here, pointing at stuff and flicking that out of his then just scarpered. God, Gina, you're so fucking hard to speak as. Oh, he's finished investigating already, you mean? Yeah. I didn't stop to say nothing to no one. Not even me. Gina, do you mind if we investigated too? Listen, Odo. You're a lawyer, right? Yes, why? Well, you're not thinking of trying to help that Reaper bloke, are you? Oh! Poor Gina. She's never going to forget, is she? That trial will haunt her forever. Gina, if you don't mind me saying, if Lord Van Zeeks really is responsible for this crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court. I suppose you're right. Yeah. Go on then, Odo. Get investigating. I want to know the truth. about what really happened here. Thank you, Gina. Where to begin? An empty fireplace makes a room feel even colder than it would be otherwise, doesn't it? It's thick with dust. Look. I think it would be fair to say it hasn't been used in a very long time. In other words, whoever lived in this room must have been extremely hardy in cold weather. Or nobody lived here at all and merely visited when the occasion arose. I wouldn't like to say which is more likely. No, that's right. It's one or the other. Oh, it's a photograph stand. I suppose it must be a picture of one of Inspector Gregson's family members. Huh. What's the matter? Your eyes look like they're about to pop out of your head. They are. Look, Mr. Naruhodo, quickly!
Okay.
Randomly selected jurors, huh? Randomly. What a strange coincidence. Like, crazy how the world works, man. Why do I feel like this woman's is familiar somehow? Of course she's familiar! We met her only this morning! Last week, but yeah. Oh, it's Mrs. Vigil. This makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Mrs. Vigil in here? To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stumped. Sorry to say, I have no idea either. The framed photograph has been entered into the court record. Shutakami in regards to writing a duology of 10 cases. Yeah, I got 3 good ones left in me. I got. Well, I'm going to assume the final case is very good at this point.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Maybe this one ultimately. Maybe they ultimately are not great, but I doubt that. Yeah, we know this guy is a he's got to heat up. He had to get back into it with the first game, and then he's been redlining this whole game. This looks like some sort of notice board or something, and it's absolutely covered in scraps of paper. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, look! This you mean? It's an autopsy report, isn't it? These are case notes here, and details of prison inmates. Yes, in fact, they're all sort of documents that only a detective could normally acquire. What on earth went on in this room? Some old newspaper cuttings. And this one here. Oh yes. The advertisement, you mean? To the Redheaded League. But why? What's that doing here? Whoever occupied this room was clearly interested in it for some reason. Excuse me. Oh, Oh, sir. Poor man. Can't possibly be able to focus on investigating when he's so upset. Excuse me. Sorry, sir. Can't see a thing, sir. Too many tears, sir. Right. Perhaps I'd better leave you to your work, then. Excuse me. You're looking down on us from the great beyond, Inspector. Don't worry. We'll look after things at the yard. I've interrupted some deep thoughts there. Fuck. Oh. What's this? it would appear to be a little model policeman. It's rather charming, isn't it? In a way. Seeing as it's on the floor here, do you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson? It's a little hard to imagine Lord Van Zeeks playing with something like this. It's only about 8 centimeters tall. Could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. I think we should record it as evidence, just in case. Yes, I agree. It is rather delightful, after all. In a way. Zoom. And enhance.
Interesting.
The helmet of this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear. I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. The head part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as if somebody was enjoying twisting it around and around for fun. Shall we try twisting it around and around too? For fun?
Oh my.
Whoa. What's that? It appears to be some sort of key. But it's tiny though. It couldn't be a key for a door. Not at that size. So what is it for, I wonder? This looks like some sort of key. Yes, it does. A very tiny and simple key. What's a little key doing inside a figurine of a policeman in the first place? What's it for?
Nomura, you failed. You had gun blades and key blades, but you didn't have the key gun.
Yeah, you're right. Fuck. This is presumably the murder weapon, then. Oh my. It is real, I suppose. I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan. I really know very little about them. There's one way to know for sure, Mr. Naruhodo. Fire a shot. No, no, no! If I did that, I'd be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. Slightly safer just to ask someone who might know, I think. Anyway, into my mind palace to observe it. I suppose this must have been the murder weapon. Oh my, it is real, I suppose. I think so. Oh. I've managed to trigger all this. Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing. Oh, funnily enough, neither can I. It's a hairpiece, isn't it? It is! It is! A bright red hairpiece! And I suppose the fact that it's right there next to where the body was found means we have to accept that Inspector Gregson wore wigs, does it? And it's such a flame-colored red, too. Yes, that's a color we've come across very recently elsewhere, isn't it? Exactly! This is a vital clue, I'm sure of it. Presumably, it belonged to Inspector Gregson. We are already at 2 pages. 2 pages!
Wow. That was good.
I've always wondered what the underside of a hairpiece looks like. It doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruhodo. You always want to see what lies beneath, don't you? Not sure that's quite how I'd put it. Excuse me. You must have to use lots of bird lime to keep it in place. Lime? Bird? Keep it in place on your head. It doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean.
Bird lime?
It might be a little inconvenient when you want it to take it off again, don't you think? Glue?
Bird lime.
Bird lime.
Bird lime is an adhesive substance used in trapping birds. Okay.
I'll believe anything at this point. The top of one of the candles in this candle holder has been completely blown off. Yes, there's wax spattered on the wall behind. Look. I suppose if a bullet had hit it, it does seem likely that the bullet hit the candle, having first passed through the inspector's body. Ugh. Oh, wax on the wall looks like blood to me. Excuse me. The call of the call of the menorah beckons me. Ah, there's some black marks here. Look. Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks. So perhaps the bullet struck the candle here, do you think? This is a weird thing to wrap your head around, because you light candles on fire, but you're not lighting the wax on fire. You are lighting the wick around the wax on fire. But if you just, I suppose you can just burn the wax. So perhaps the bullet struck the candle here, do you think? Only this one candle that's been cracked in half, it seems. Yes, I think you might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan, so I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. So I suppose this is where the victim... That's right. The rope is laid around the body to show exactly how it was found. Poor Inspector Gregson himself has already been taken away. And would probably be under Dr. Scythe's scalpel by now, if not for what happened last week. From the shape of the rope, it would appear that the inspector was curled up in a ball.
It was a dog.
He was getting comfy. Are you feeling all right, Mr. Naruhodo? You look like you've just seen a ghost. I know it's just a rope, but, well, conjures up quite a terrifying image, that's all. Especially with that bloodstain next to it. Oh, I do understand. In some ways, what we picture in our minds can be even worse than reality. Chisato-san is so strong, though. She's taking this far better than I am. Got everything. Nope. Somebody's very haphazardly nailed those boards over the broken glass, haven't they? You couldn't even really call it a window anymore. Well, if you remember the window in Mr. Natsume's room, that was totally blocked up with bricks. This one does at least still lit in some light. This one does at least still lit in some light, so you could say nothing more about it. I'm starting to feel even more sorry for Mr. Natsume now. Yeah. Before I forget, Gina, do you know anything about guns? She's gonna steal it. What is that evidence? Work something out about what happened, have ya? Oh, no. Not exactly. I ain't been long enough in the job to get all this deducting business yet. But I swear I'm gonna get the person what did this to the boss. Okay. She don't want me to present her anything quite yet. Alright, Inspector Gregson. Gina. What was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place? That's what I want to know. It's what? half a year since I got out of the clink. That's when I decided to give up me diving and become a detective instead. Oh, yes, Mr. Sholmes twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as an apprentice, didn't he? Something like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I didn't really know much about the boss till then. But it turns out, he's a bit of a legend at the yard. Goodness, really? They say he managed to solve some really tricky case, just like... I didn't even think about that. He was the one who solved the professor's case? Godson. He did? Yep. And ever since then, he started going out on all sorts of investigations. Always on his own. No one else at the yard even knows what half the cases that he's working on are, apparently. That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? So what was the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this? I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all. And look where that landed him. Respect for the Reaper? In what way? I say as much. I take my hat off to that fella. Where's words? Excuse me. Not how the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper. Yeah. The boss said that's exactly why he respected the bloke. I didn't realize Gregson held the Reaper in quite such high regard. He said something else to me and all. That I didn't need to worry about the Reaper. Because he only goes after people what are bad. It did kind of set my mind at ease when he said that. Right. The crime scene. What is this place then? Does anyone live here? Apparently it's being written by someone... My Huboon. My huge bone.
My huge bone, dude.
I am the hue of my bone.
Huboon.
My Huboon. Huboon. I don't know. Maybe it's a reference again. Apparently it's being written by some cove called Hugh Boone. Hugh Boone. It's a sort of here today, gone tomorrow name, that, isn't it? Yeah, he's what we call an unidentified person. We haven't been able to get in touch with him. I see. Well, judging from appearances, I'd have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time. If ever. Right? All the lads from the yard piled down to get stuck into the investigation. But there's so little here. No one knew what to do with themselves. There's so little here. 2 pages. I do wonder. Yes, Miss Susato? Well, could it be that this Hugh Boone is in fact Inspector Gregson himself? What? How could that be? Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some kind of secret office of his. So, one sec. Thought I heard a knock. I never even considered that. Nice work, Suze. Suze. We're actually following a line of inquiry like that ourselves. You are? If you look around the room, you'll see. There's a few things that hint at it. You should really investigate this place in detail. The incident.
I figured it out. It was Gregson. He was the secret agent. After 10 years, his plastic surgery was wearing off. That's what was happening in the last case.
You almost made me... That was almost a spit take just now. I was taking a drink of water. I'm swallowing it, or I'm about to swallow it. And then I realize, like, I picture in my head what you're talking about. Oh man. Yeah, the magic was wearing off finally. We saw through the veil for just a moment. Oh my god. Like did I have to play this game and the character named Greg make the racist eye thing? Like, did that have to fucking happen? Higher powers. Can I play one fucking video game on stream where nothing remarkable happens? Please? It's like I'm not even chasing the high. It's just handed to me. It was a hate crime. His eyes went back to their original shape, and Zeke's in his racist fit shot him.
God.
Case closed. Anyway, I see that's where the poor inspector was found over there. Yeah, he was making this face I'd never seen before. Barely looked like him. Yeah, that's right. They said it was a single bullet what did him in. Apparently the bullet went right through him and struck that candle tree on the wall. Oh yes, it's blown one of the candles apart completely. And the gun used in there on the floor. The Reaper's in it. No denying that. What? Really? How do you know that? Take it easy. I don't know what to do with myself when you stare at me with them big wide eyes. I'm only saying what I've heard. I don't know much about guns myself. But there's some bigwig lawman or whatever who said so. Why don't you ask him? A bigwig lawman, is it? Anyway, there's no street runs along under the window there, under that window there. There were some street sellers just outside who heard the gunshot. Oh, but I don't recall seeing anybody outside. Yeah, they've all been taken down the yard. Taken down to the yard for question, that's why. We're talking about the yard's legendary inspector here. After all, we'll be getting a grilling. Do you think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves? I doubt it. The lads at the yard will just want to know what you're snooping for, and you'll end up for grilling and all. So we can't interview the witnesses then. Shame, we'll just have to do it in court. I don't know if there's anything we need to present to her. She's a little green right now for this one. Check just in case. Though I think we might actually call it here. I'll move over to the next area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense.
And we'll stop there. Okay, yeah, she's pretty clear about this.
Yeah.
If we have to do something else later, we'll do it. But just in case this is what I actually have to do. Okay, he's gone. Okay, he was like lingering there, so I was confused. I wasn't sure if I had to like show him the gun or not. Okay, then we are.
Oh my god.
He's fine. All right. Yeah, I can't. My throat can't take much more. So
Yeah. That's understandable.
Yeah, 4 hours. We're good. All right. Well, we're gonna take these nice and slow. Like, stop when we find a good spot to stop for these. We're no longer in a rush.
Yeah, it's
we were kind of in a rush. But then the hurricane said, "No, man, just chill. Just take it easy, man." And then we went, "Oh God, please don't hit us." And it's like, "Whoa, dude, whoa, relax. I was just gonna destroy the entire west coast of Florida." All right. Twisted Karma in his last battle. All right. We'll see you all Wednesday, probably. Unless we get too stuck into Metaphor. And then we'll see you whenever. Looking good, though. No more spoil. Actually, there's one more. I do have one more thing that I saw because of thumbnail searching. But once again, not a huge deal. It wasn't like a big spoiler or anything. It was just like, oh, kind of thing, right? We'll get there. Glad to be back, everyone. We'll see you next time. Wait, that's not how I close the stream.